Let me thank all of you for coming this morning. I think you're going to find that this day is going to be monumental in many ways. It's unique. You're going to hear from some outstanding experts. And everybody that's speaking today is an expert in their field. And that's why we've asked them to come in to tell their story. Now you may, before we get started, just to remind you, because we've had several members of this august body who have made presentations standing at a podium like that and had their cell phone go off, which is very embarrassing. The reason I know it is because it happened to me once. So if you can put it on vibrate or very, very low, we'd appreciate it. I understand that all of you are important and busy people, so, I don't want to cut you off in any way because you need to keep your contacts with the outside world. You're all here because you're interested in what we're talking about today, which is equine. You're all part of it one way or the other. And what you're going to hear and see through the PowerPoints is why we should seriously consider the possibility of going ahead and having horse racing in Georgia. It's a very labor-intensive industry which will create thousands and thousands of jobs. And we're looking forward to hearing from our speakers today. The reason we got here, so that you understand, I put in a resolution during this past session that called for an interim study committee. Because we're having the budgetary problems that we are, the Speaker chose to not allow any interim study committees. So I asked him, well, look, if we don't take per diem, those rooms are sitting there, the staff is on the payroll, can we go ahead and do it if we're not taking per diem? In other words, this meeting today is not costing the state anything, which is very important. So we have it, and we've decided because of that, we're going to go ahead and cram into one day. We'll be here for 6 hours. All of our speakers. Normally a meeting will last about an hour, maybe 2 hours sometimes. But we're going to have everybody come in today. So I think you're going to be pleased at what you hear. I think you're going to find that what we're proposing is doable, and what we're proposing will affect the entire equine industry. When counting noses, I found that in Georgia we have about 34 disciplines in equine, and I may have missed a few, but there's a lot of you out there that are doing a lot of different things but aren't working with each other as much as we would love to have you do so, because it will benefit the entire industry. Our first speaker this morning is Mr. Alex Waldrop. Alex, would you please come up and join us? Is that red light on?
It is.
Good. Mr. Waldrop is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the National Thoroughbred Racing Association, and he leads the thoroughbred industry's national office with the responsibility in matters pertaining to racing integrity, legislative advocacy, marketing, promotion of the sport, and the management of the issues of national significance to the thoroughbred racing associations. What's interesting about his background is that he at one time was president of Churchill Downs. In fact, you will find that his elevation to where he is today was fairly rapid, and his education, which I found extremely interesting, When he first got to Churchill Downs, he was the general counsel. Then he was the president and general manager. Finally, the Churchill Downs Public Affairs, and then he received his BA from Western Kentucky University, that is prior to his going to Churchill Downs, and his MA from Fuller Theological Seminary, which means we have a man of God with us, and his JD from the University of Kentucky Law School. Mr. Waldrop is very, very active in what we're proposing nationally. He is someone that can make things happen. He has been involved in the creation of racing in Virginia, which is one of the states that we looked at to see what kind of model we really need for what we do. And let me assure you, after this hearing, what we will do is introduce legislation that is a resolution. Because if the people of Georgia don't vote to do this, that is, allow for horse racing and parimutuel wagering in Georgia, it doesn't make any difference. So we will take it one step at a time. And prayerfully, you and your organizations can help us get there, because that's what it's all about. Mr. Waldrop, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There we go. I went too far. Anyway, one of the things I wanted to make note of in my remarks, Mr. Chairman, was in fact that my experience in both Virginia and Indiana with startups in thoroughbred racing in those two jurisdictions. And so I come to you this morning not only on behalf of the NTRA, which is the league office for thoroughbred racing in America, but also someone who has significant experience in what it takes to successfully start a horse racing industry in a state. So as we go on today, I hope to enlighten you as much as I can about that experience and to give you the benefit of what I've learned. Let's start with a history and a background of racing. I thought it would be a good opportunity to give you some perspective on where the horse racing industry is today and where we've come from. Horse racing began in the 1700s, actually in England, came to the U.S. where the colonies were formed. Didn't really begin to take hold in America until around the turn of the 20th century, when horse racing in its early days was dominated by bookmakers. These are individuals who take wagers on races, and they basically wager against they hold bets, and you bet against the house, if you will. That was a very problematic situation for horse racing. It was corrupt. It was not popular with the public. So around 1908, 1909, frankly, at the Churchill Downs in Louisville, Kentucky, they developed something called parimutuel wagering. And that has really been the difference, and that's why horse racing in America is as strong as it is, because we threw off the bookmakers and the lack of integrity that brought, and we implemented something called parimutuel wagering. Literally, in French, it means among ourselves. What happens in a parimutuel wagering context is that the track receives the wagers, it holds the wagers, it takes a commission of approximately 20%, and it returns the rest to the bettors. So the track is not a stakeholder. It has no stake in the outcome. Its only stake is to make sure the wagers are properly calculated and the race is run with integrity. And that's the reason why parimutuel wagering and horse racing thrived in America, but because people immediately saw that this was the right way to conduct business, but also to fund purses. Because without purses for horses, horse racing really becomes a hobby, and there's really no economic gain. So parimutuel wagering gave us integrity. It also gave us significant dollars for purses to fund the athletes. So the key here is track's not a stakeholder. Then we come to the 1930s, 1940s, post-Depression. States were needing revenue, and so we saw a large increase in the number of racetracks. Horse racing has now expanded to 38 states in the United States. There are over 100 racetracks that race in thoroughbred. And please understand, I will primarily be talking about thoroughbred racing. I don't have experience in other breeds, and I don't mean any any disrespect, but what I know is thoroughbred racing, and I know that there are more than 100 thoroughbred racetracks in America in 38 jurisdictions. That expansion was led primarily by the need for tax revenues at the state level. Excise taxes were imposed on racing as a franchise fee, a monopoly franchise fee, something which covered the cost of regulation, but also for government programs. You have racing thrives because the states offer monopolies. Frankly, they make it such that the racetracks can conduct their business, and there are no other gambling opportunities, state-sponsored gambling opportunities, and racing thrives in that environment. And it becomes, in the 40s and 50s and 60s, the major professional sport in America. That began to decline not only with the rise of other professional sports, but more importantly with the spread of other forms of gambling in the United States, beginning with lotteries. But then after that came other casino gambling, Native American gaming, which is something which has swept the country. Frankly, it's the biggest form of gambling in America today. You may not know it or realize it, but across the country it is by far larger than any other form, including Las Vegas and Atlantic City combined. But even Internet gambling, which happens today by everyone in Georgia, it's available to them. You may not, again, realize it, but many people enjoy it. So there are all forms of gambling that occur in your state today or in the surrounding states. And the loss of that monopoly has been a challenge for horse racing. The way we've responded is by increasing the distribution outlets, our points of sale, if you will. That's critical for horse racing, and we'll talk about that as we go forward. Important for horse racing to have as many points of sale as possible, not just at the live facility, but off track, through simulcasting around the country. Today at Churchill Downs, when they run, 85% of the dollars wagered on those races will be wagered somewhere remote from the racetrack itself, not only within the state, but around the country. So 85% of money wagered is wagered somewhere remote from the racetrack. Having those points of sale is important, and we've used television and even the internet platforms, something called ADW, or Advanced Deposit Wagering. I'll talk a lot about that this morning. That's a means by which people can access money which they have on account at the racetrack, but they can wager it remotely without having to be at the racetrack. Again, it's a convenience for the patron, and it multiplies those points of contact that are so important for the economics of racing. Let's see if I can get this. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about basics. I don't want to assume that you know anything about horse racing, but there are essentially four major players in horse racing. First are the tracks. Those are the race tracks. That's what a facility like Churchill Downs that you would build. That track does a couple of fundamental things. It cards the races. It hosts the races that will become the basis for the competition. And it offers purses to those winning horses who win or place or show. I mean, some tracks pay back to third or fourth place, even fifth place. In fact, some now pay back to last place to encourage participation. But the track is where the event occurs. It's a sport. It's competition between horses. It's one of the most certainly it's a traditional enterprise in the United States, but it's also a very exciting, very captivating sport. I don't know if you were watching a couple of weeks ago the Breeders' Cup at Santa Anita in California, but I witnessed unquestionably the most exciting horse race I've ever seen in my life when Zenyatta won the Classic over some of the best male horses. She's a female. She won the Classic race, which was the biggest race in horse racing worldwide, over some of the best male horses in the world. It was exciting. It was thrilling. And I can tell you that the country is talking about that today. And it's a wonderful pursuit. And it's a great thing. It brings prestige, pride. These are the most glorious athletes. I think they're the last truly amateur athletes we have in sport today, and we celebrate them in our industry. The tracks also take pari-mutuel wagers. The wagers, again, are important to fund the purses. Wagering is the fundamental economic transaction for racing. Without that, we couldn't fund purses. We couldn't have the athletes, the equine athletes, perform, and we wouldn't have the quality that we have in the business. So wagering is a means to an end, which is horse racing with integrity and with purses sufficient to create a true economic situation where jobs can be created and sustained. Horsemen, I would call them professional owners. Horsemen are basically the people who own and train horses. Now, it's interesting, we were talking last night, not many of us in this room could hope to be an owner of a professional sports team such as football or baseball, the Braves. Probably not a possibility, but all of us in this room could be owners of horses. We could be professional owners, and we could participate in a professional sport by owning a horse. And that is an exciting, a thrilling thing for people to get to control and to be part of, the owner of a professional sport. And I think that's what's so exciting and what people love about horse racing. It's the owner hires the trainer, and together they campaign the horse or horses that they own, again, running for purses, and those purses go to fund the cost of the trainer, the cost of the horse, and also any of the incidental costs, and we'll get to that in a minute. Breeders are farmers. Horse racing supports a huge agricultural economy because these horses have to be born and raised in the farm setting. And so there's a vast agricultural economy that is supported. I think last year in Georgia there were 67 thoroughbreds that were bred for racing. Contrast that to Kentucky where some 20,000 horses were bred. So Georgia's got a long way to go, but there's obviously there's a huge need for thoroughbreds, and so sky's the limit where that's concerned. The final area are states. The state's role is to regulate racing primarily. We take the state's role very seriously in our industry. We work closely with regulators to make sure that everything is done to ensure the safety of our athletes and the integrity of our racing. The state also operates important breeder incentive award programs. It's important that people be incented to breed horses in Georgia. Every state that races now provides incentives in the form of purse supplements or restricted races to get people to race in Georgia and to breed in Georgia and to build this farm economy. You have to offer some incentives for them to do that. And that's one of the primary reasons to have a racetrack in Georgia, because you can then offer incentives to get people to breed in Georgia, not send their mares to Florida or to some other state where there's an active breeding program. Frankly, that's probably why you're so low now, that most people don't want to breed in Georgia because there's no value in it. You'd rather breed in Kentucky or Pennsylvania or Florida where there is a breeding program, and you can either race or earn in restricted races or earn supplements in other races. So you're exporting your agriculture business right now because you don't have a track to capture that. Let's talk quickly about, what I'll call industry influencers. I just want to just sort of hit the highlights so that you understand what is driving the industry today. You've got two basic groups of tracks that are out there, for-profit and not-for-profit. Both models work. Churchill Downs and Magna Entertainment, they're for-profit, publicly traded companies, and they do quite well in this industry. One of the few publicly traded sports franchises in America that is truly successful. It struggles in many other sports, but in racing it works. MEC is in bankruptcy. I won't get into that. There are a lot of complications there, but I think if you look at the Churchill Downs experience, you know that you can make money in racing. It's not the bankruptcy has a more complicated background. Other independent tracks and then use the nonprofit model. Keeneland is probably the best one that you're familiar with in Lexington, Kentucky. It's a taxable nonprofit. It's an organization that exists for the purpose of promoting horse racing, and every dollar of profit that is created goes back into the industry in form of purses or capital improvements at Keeneland Racecourse, which explains why it's such a beautiful facility, or it goes to the community. And Keeneland gives over $1 million to the community of Lexington every year. And I can tell you there's no more revered organization or institution in Lexington, Kentucky than Keeneland and the racetrack. And that's the kind of tradition that they've built there, and that's the kind of tradition you can build in Georgia that I think they'll bring, again, great pride and prestige to the people of this great state. You've got owners who have their own organizations, the Horsemen's Benevolent Protective Association, the Thoroughbred Owners of California, THA, the Thoroughbred Horsemen's Associations. We love these acronyms in racing, and you'll have to forgive me. They're everywhere. Trust me, those TOBA's another one, Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders. Those groups get together, and the tracks and horsemen have to negotiate a variety of things, purse splits, Simulcast rates. We'll talk a little bit about simulcasting, but interstate simulcasting is a very important component of the economics of this industry. But horsemen control that together with tracks, and they have to agree on the rates and the places and all those sorts of things. So there's a very active relationship, a negotiated relationship between tracks and horsemen. It's not unlike labor management, although I think that's probably doesn't fit perfectly, but it's a similar sort of relationship. Breeders, again, are a major force in this industry. The 5 major breeding states would be Kentucky, which far exceeds the rest. Florida is a distant second. California, Louisiana, and Texas are there, but all of those states have important breeding operations, and if you'll notice, they all have great racing programs as well. And that's why they can do a breeding program, because they have great racing. You can't have one without the other. ADWs, again, Advanced Deposit Wagering Companies. Those are an important new channel for wagering on horse racing. TVG is the television games network that you probably get here, and I know you can get it by satellite. You perhaps have seen it. TVG is out of California, but they provide a cable channel on which you can wager remotely, either by telephone or through the internet, which is you can do legally under what we call the Interstate Horse Racing Act, which provides for and facilitates interstate wagering on horse racing. Horse racing is unique in that we have the ability to wager interstate and via the internet by virtue of the Interstate Horse Racing Act. Other forms of wagering across state lines are prohibited by something called the Wire Act, which is a federal criminal statute, which was passed in the 60s to stop interstate bookmaking. But we enjoy an exemption from that, and that's one of the reasons why why racing continues to thrive in an era when other businesses and forms of gambling have fallen by the wayside. Totes, those are totalizator companies. The complicated problem, the technological issues of calculating odds and payoffs is done by totes, and you have 3 major tote companies, trade associations, of which the NTRA is one. So you know a little bit about the NTRA. The board of directors of the NTRA is made up of Churchill Downs, Magna Entertainment, NYRA, which is a major New York Racing Association, all the major racetracks, and horsemen's groups, including the groups that I've mentioned, the HPPA, TOC, as well as the Jockey Club in New York, which is the breed registry, and the Breeders' Cup, which operates the racing. So one of the things, we are not exactly a trade association. We are sort of a trade association plus. And any decision or any issue that the industry faces, it's going to be brought to our boardroom and discussed at that table. My job is to balance those interests and somehow build consensus on a variety of national issues. And so far, we've been pretty successful. And I'm proud of the organization and what we've accomplished. Finally, if you talk about major influencers, New York, California, Kentucky, Florida, Illinois, and Louisiana are major factors in this industry. Florida is obviously adjacent. Louisiana not that far away. Otherwise, Georgia is something of an island, which is a challenge, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But it's not something you can't overcome. Okay, let's talk about the economic industry. This is the impact of the industry. This is a national impact. $13 billion will be wagered this year on horse racing nationally, give or take a few $100 million. Not sure where it's going to end up. That's down from $15 billion just 2 or 3 years ago. The economy has hurt us just like everyone else. But we're just a fraction of what's handled worldwide. $100 billion wagered on horse racing, especially in the Far East, Japan and China, Australia. I think it's fair to say that the horse racing is as international as any sport in the world, with the possible exception of soccer. It's prevalent and active in over almost 60 countries around the world. I'm on something called the International Federation of Horse Racing Authorities. We meet every year in Paris, France, and it is amazing for me to sit in a group of 200-300 people, and it's a little bit like the United Nations. We speak 5 different languages, and I can tell you that as big as horse racing is in America, it's much bigger in other countries like Australia, England, Hong Kong, China, and Japan. 85% of the wagering occurs off track, as I spoke a minute ago. That's the way that our industry has evolved. There was a day when people would come to the live track, and that was all they would do, but our busy schedules have precluded that today. People want convenience, and so we provide as many points of sale as possible. when the lotteries came in the 70s and 80s, 5, 6, 10,000. Georgia Lottery probably has 10,000 outlets in the state of Georgia. Ideally, we would have that sort of the horse racing would have that kind of distribution outlet system as well. They do that in France. There's something called the PMU, and it's wildly successful. I'm not suggesting that, but it's certainly something to consider because horse racing is at a distinct disadvantage to the lottery. And in fact, it is a competition, a form of competition by the state, and it's been difficult for us. So I think the more opportunities people have to access the signal and the ability to wager, the more prosperous your Georgia racing will be. Jobs, 375,000 direct jobs nationally, over 1 million indirect. Those are jobs in the areas of like my job, trainers, farriers, feed, people who work in and around the horses, the breeding farms. It's a very labor-intensive industry. That's sort of the good news and the bad news. The good news is we're labor-intensive. It makes it tough when you go up against other businesses that don't have those labor requirements, that don't have professional athletes that have to be fed and watered and bred and all those wonderful things that build jobs in agribusiness, but also make you vulnerable in this economy to a slot machine which you just plug into the wall, or a pair of dice which doesn't need hay or oats. It's tough, but we believe it's the best economic model ever developed for professional sport, and certainly for horse racing. And while some have combined casino gaming and horse racing, it still is very viable on its own. And I would say that with confidence to you today. $39 billion in economic activity. Now that's all horse racing. That's not just thoroughbred racing. That number is all horses in America. This is a study that was done by the American Horse Council out of Washington, D.C. So it's a huge economic engine, and it's one of those economies that sort of exists. It's not. We don't have billboards. We don't. Our images, our perspective is a little lower than other industries, but it's significant activity there. Let's talk quickly about the participants. And participants, I mean people who actually engage in the business. We've talked about tracks. The variety, the different tracks. We talked about owners and trainers. There are also grooms, hot walkers, exercise riders. Every horse, for instance, the normal racetrack will have 1 to 2,000 horses stabled on track. For every 4 horses that are stabled, you have to have 1 groom to take care of those horses in a thoroughbred environment. So that's a lot of jobs just there for grooms to take care of the horses. You also have exercise riders who have to exercise these horses on a daily basis. You have farriers, feedmen, haymen. There's a constant activity in and out of the backside of the racetrack. I often say to people, if you want to fall in, if you want to enjoy horse racing, come to the front side. If you want to fall in love with horse racing, come to the backside, because that's where you see the real athletes, the equine athletes, and where they're cared for and lovingly cared for. And I can tell you that no athletes are better cared for than those in thoroughbred racing. You've got jockeys and drivers in both industries. Jockeys are incredibly skilled athletes and courageous people, and they ride these horses. And we don't do enough to promote the good work that they do. But clearly that's a job that many people would love, because it can pay quite a bit of money. Again, it's another professional job. Veterinarians are very important to our business. For lots of reasons. These horses need constant care. They're horses in training, just like athletes in training. They need to be very carefully watched. They can't tell us if they have aches and pains. They can't tell us if there are problems. So we have to have trained veterinarians who are familiar with and capable of dealing with the unique problems that racehorses present. Again, the services and supplies are there, from lawyers and accountants at the track level, to hay and feed, vet supplies, racing supplies, tack. The areas in and around racetracks create numerous jobs in the various service industries that provide to these racetracks and to the owners and trainers who frequent them. So you've got an agribusiness. I'm not even talking about, but we'll talk about breeding in a minute. In fact, let's just do that right now. The breeding farms, again, support these agricultural jobs, and they're vast network of farms around the country. Kentucky, again, having one of the largest, but many states have breeding farms. 2 different kinds of breeding farms out there, some that produce for commercial purposes, for the auction market, and some that breed to race. probably in every state has a combination of those. One is not better than the other, but in Kentucky, for instance, because of our active market that Keeneland and Fasig-Tipton operate, it's the largest, or has been the largest, agricultural product in the state of Kentucky for several years. And in the neighborhood of $1 billion+ spent a year in the auction ring alone for thoroughbred races, horses. So and that would be the commercial auction market. So it is big business. It attracts people from all over the world, but it attracts people of all walks of life, not just sheikhs and kings. And we sometimes are referred to as the sport of kings, and I think that's a misnomer in many cases. People think that only rich people can afford to be in the racing industry, and in fact, through partnerships and other vehicles, virtually everyone gets involved in this game at some level these days. Great thing about breeding farms is they protect green space. A lot of focus these days on being green, and I think horse racing supports that as well as any industry. And they participate in breeder incentive programs, and it's those programs again that begin at the racetrack that create and support the breeding farms that are here in the state of Georgia. Just talk quickly about what I call distributors or simulcast partners. These are groups that work with us these are the locations. When a horse's races run in Churchill Downs, they simulcast. They send a television picture, and they have a data line so that someone can watch and wager on that race from a remote location. Those typically are other racetracks. They're off-track betting facilities, of which there are hundreds across the country, places that are like restaurants where people come and they can dine and they can watch a race and they can place a wager. Now, these have to be regulated facilities. You can't send this anywhere, and the Racing Commission closely monitors that. You can't just send this signal to ABC restaurant. It has to be to a licensed, permitted facility in another state. So the states cooperate in this regard, and it's where the multi-state regulatory system works, because you give full faith and credit to those decisions made in other states. So you're sending to other states and other facilities that are licensed in those states. Native American gaming facilities are there as well. It's a little different. They're sovereign nations, but they still are under the auspices of the Federal Gaming Regulatory Commission. And you also have the ADWs, as we talked about, which are the internet platforms where someone, again, these are platforms that are regulated by state government. They are not. They're closely followed. Many of them now are licensed by either Oregon or California, and for them should you get into the business of horse racing, you need to be very careful about how you deal with ADWs and what requirements you make on them, because it's an important business for you, but you have to be very careful that what Georgia people wager come to benefit your horse industry and not someone else's. Horse players. Let's don't forget the horse players. There are all sorts of stereotypes about people who enjoy horse racing and wagering on horse racing, and I won't belabor that point. I will just tell you that all of our information tells us that people who wager on horse racing are better educated, they're more affluent, they're attracted to the intellectual challenge of horse racing. Slot machine players, it's a different mentality. Here, people come for the intellectual challenge, the ability. And if you understand parimutuel wagering, the excitement is that you're basically coming and you're voting on what horse you like the best. And it's a vote, and that person who can figure it out, he wins the election and he gets the money. There are a lot of great metaphors, the horse racing metaphors that you use in politics, and I think for good reason, because wagering on horse racing is a lot like that. It's people voting with their dollars. I believe the one horse is going to win, and the fewer people agree with you, the more money you win at the end, the smarter you are. And that intellectual challenge drives our business. And many of these people do so from remote locations. Again, from OTBs, they may do it from their home, from a variety of areas. Again, only through licensed, permitted facilities and operations that are out there across the country, and there are many. There are some 1,200 permitted locations in America right now that will take wagers on races from Georgia should you decide to go forward. So there's a vast network that you can tap into. Let's talk about the state's role very quickly. This is what the state's role is multifaceted. Obviously, you're going to license participants. Everyone who races, everyone who works at a racetrack needs to be licensed. Not just anyone can come on. You do background checks. In some cases, you do fingerprinting. This is to guard against any nefarious activity. In the early days, there was some fear that there would be organized crime or some nefarious elements that would come into racing and somehow corrupt its influence. And so the state's role is to make sure that the people who work there have no criminal background and have no intention but to protect the integrity of the sport. And so licensing participants is very important. Awarding race dates, deciding who's going to race where, what tracks will get what race dates is important. Promulgating rules, enforcing those rules is something that's critical to what the state does. Hiring racing officials and stewards. Probably a race meet probably requires 40 to 50 racing officials alone to run that race meet, from stewards, from people who judge the races, that would be like referees in a athletic competition, to paddock judges, placement judges, regulatory vets. The horses need to be inspected before they race. They need to be drug tested after they race. There are many, many jobs, and it requires a lot of skilled labor. And so the race meetings themselves are important. Again, you conduct the drug testing. One quick word about drug testing. There is a lot of, you read periodically about drug testing and the influence of drugs and medications on horse racing. I saw just last week in the Wall Street Journal, they ranked the top 20 professional sports in terms of how well they regulate drugs and medications, and we ranked 6th of 20, which I was very proud of. It showed to me that the Wall Street Journal had done its homework. We ranked far above professional football and baseball. We test in blood and plasma. We test for thousands of drugs. We have scheduled drugs, class 1 to class 5, with class 1 being performance enhancing, 5 being just purely therapeutic medications. If I took an ibuprofen this morning, I would not be able to race today. If you've had a cup of coffee, the Coke, that you're out. You can't race today. You've got caffeine in your system. You couldn't race. You had a Gatorade before you went for a jog this morning. You're out. You can't race. We test 120,000 horses a year. Every horse, every winner, every race, every day is drug tested in this country. And last year we had less than 20 positives for class 1 or class 2 drugs, which are really the nefarious drugs. Vast majority of positives we have to do with barn management. People who have not taken care of their horses and haven't been careful in the administration of a therapeutic medication, perhaps something that's there for an ache or a pain. Mepivacaine is one that is a topical anesthetic. It's something that you would use if you've got a toothache, if someone's going to work on your tooth, or a horse. If you're going to do a stitch on a horse, you want to give him a little mepivacaine, otherwise he's likely to kick you. So vets are pretty smart to do that sort of thing. But if you do that and you don't pay attention, you enter that horse to race a week later, you're a drug cheater. No, that's not what you intended to do, but that's what you get portrayed as, because you let a therapeutic medication, you weren't careful in how you administered it for perfectly proper reasons, but the presence of that drug, we can now test to the infinitesimal amount. We can now test to picograms. We can find a picogram of a drug. A picogram is the equivalent of a drop of water in 10 Olympic-sized swimming pools, and we are close to going to the next level. Picogram is a dot with 12 zeros behind it before you get to the number. We're about ready to go to the 14th zero in our testing ability. In some ways, testing is becoming more unmanageable for us because we can find too much. Let's talk quickly about current issues. Safety and integrity became a very hot topic for us, not only after the injury and ultimate death of Barbaro after the 2006 Preakness, but also with the catastrophic injury and death of 8 Bells in the Derby in 2008. It brought a lot of focus and attention to our industry and the safety of our equine athletes. And the industry responded in several ways, not the least of which was the NTRA's Safety and Integrity Alliance. And we've adopted a code of standards, and we are very serious about making sure we're doing everything we can to assure the safety and integrity of our athletes, equine and human. Also, integrity. A lot of lot of focus again on drugs and medications and on wagering security. One of the things, the Racing Medication and Testing Consortium, something I'm involved in, something very important to the industry because it's a place where scientists come together and actually figure out how best to ensure integrity. RCI, which is the Racing Commissioners International, has their own wagering security initiative, and there are other initiatives out there to make sure that we're doing everything we can to ensure the integrity of wagering. We take that very seriously, and no one takes those issues for granted. Let's talk about how we start up, how you would start up a racing business. You need to pass a constitutional amendment, which is no easy thing to do. I think that you can, with confidence, explain to the citizens of this state that there are jobs and economic development that will come with racing, that you can manage all of the integrity issues, the safety and the integrity issues, and that this will be a huge boon for the people of Georgia and an exciting opportunity for you to participate in a sport that, while in some ways very traditional, is still today thriving like it never has. You have to also pass enabling legislation. That's critical. We'll talk a little bit about what should or shouldn't be in there, but I think it's important that you set yourself in the right path from the beginning. In particular, you need to determine the number and location of tracks, and I think you need to start small and build, and not require too much in the way of race dates or capital investment. And then finally, you promulgate racing regulations, and there's a lot of help that we can provide there. There are model rules that are in place that provide you with some uniformity in terms of what other states are doing, and you want to stay in line with other states. When it comes to approving the track location, you need to build near population centers. You absolutely need to stay close to Atlanta if at all possible. Other states, in Indiana, made the mistake of not building in Indianapolis initially. It's for reasons that I can't fully explain, except that they made political decisions and not economic decisions. And that's something that you have to be very careful of, is not to make political decisions trump economic decisions, because it is a business, and it has to be allowed to operate as a business. So locating that track needs to be done in a place that's determined, and many of the experts can help them, the operators do that, but near the population centers where people will attend the races. You have to size it to match the market. I would not suggest building the church for Easter Sunday. You may hope that someday you're going to have 20,000 people at a racetrack, but that's not going to happen initially. Build small and expand. Make it available so that it can be there for live racing and for a simulcasting. It'll be in a year-round facility. People will come and go. But don't be overly ambitious. Don't force too many race dates on the racetrack, because initially it may be difficult to manage, because, again, the purses necessary to fund those race dates have to come from wagering, and you have to build. It takes time to build that. Fix a circuit within the existing circuit. You have to deal with the fact that you've got Keeneland to the north, you've got Oaklawn, which is in Arkansas, you've got the fairgrounds in Louisiana, in New Orleans. Of course, Florida has many race mates down there. You have to be careful, because you want to catch the horses when they're going north or south. That's the best chance that Georgia will have right now. They go north in the spring and they go south in the fall, and so my guess is that would be the best time for you, a little like Keeneland, to try to pick that time of year when the availability of horses is there, and that's going to be a challenge for you, because you are a bit of an island. Attracting horses is one of the key indicators for success. Off track, again, I've said it, and I won't belabor the point. Points of sale. Off-track wagering facilities. Traditionally, states like Virginia and Indiana, when they allowed for off-track betting facilities, they wanted large facilities with all the restaurant amenities, high capital costs. Consequently, not many OTBs were built, and they were very expensive and unmanageable for the operators. I would suggest that you consider not demanding that huge OTBs be built. Arizona has a phenomenal program where they license parts of bars and taverns where you already have age restrictions in place. And you can regulate that just as carefully as anywhere, but it avoids the capital costs that overwhelm many operators when they try to build a new horse racing system in the state. I would leave economic matters to the licensee wherever possible. Again, location, size, that sort of thing. It's an economic pursuit. And one of the challenges that we have as an industry is that our regulators sometimes like to tell us how to work the economics of the business. And believe it or not, in some cases, the operators are probably better situated to make those determinations. So it's a balance, and you have to regulate with aggressively, but also give those operators a chance. The local option issues are something that you'll need to address, need to protect from excessive local regulation, because sometimes localities attempt to put their own regulation on these facilities, and I think that's a bad idea. Authorize iGaming. I think you really need to do that. Phone betting is something that's critical in this day and age. Without that, your facilities probably won't be able to compete. People are already in this market already wagering offshore with other entities around the country, and you need to capture those dollars here. You also need to address problem gambling. It is racing does not have the significant problem that other forms of gambling have, but there are people who overindulge. As I say, I tend to eat too much chocolate cake. Other people spend too much, and some people wager too much. And we need to look out for those folks. It is manageable, and we can deal with that issue. We restrict people. Age-restricted facilities is important. But that's wagering. One of the great things about racing is you see families at racetracks. When you go to a racetrack you go to Keeneland, you're going to see young people. You're going to see mothers and dads with their kids. It's a rite of passage. People bring their kids and they raise them on a racetrack because of the athletes, because of the horses, because of the beauty and the pageantry. So don't think because there's pari-mutuel wagering that's conducted that you have to keep the kids away. This is something that it can be enjoyed safely, and it's an excellent opportunity for people. Let's talk a few minutes about the fun, the advantages of horse racing. We've talked a lot about the fun and the excitement. I think that one of the neatest things about horse racing is that it's a chance to be a professional owner. It's a chance for people to have their own sports franchise, to have athletes that work for them and that enjoy the thrill of owning and operating your own racing stable. That's something that we see across the country. Men and women who are long past their athletic prime, we'll leave it that way, who can enjoy vicariously the athletic pursuits of these marvelous animals. It is a thrill second to none to watch your horse win in a race. And I think time and time again, I heard from people who tell me what a thrill it was to be involved in the horse industry. We have an international following. I know Atlanta is very proud about its international connections, and I can tell you that fits perfectly with horse racing, whereas I told you the vast majority of wagering and interest is in other countries. It's not even in this country. We have good legislation, as I said, the federal legislation, the Interstate Horse Racing Act, agriculture-based. We've talked about that. I can't stress that enough. Our horses eat hay, and they need to be taken care of. It makes us vulnerable economically, yeah, but it makes us a great business and a great industry, with high integrity and high prestige for the state, and it's green. Now let's talk a little bit about the challenges that you're going to face to expansion. One of the biggest challenges you're going to face today is the availability of capital or credit. That we're seeing that affect our industry from breeding to racing to owning to track management. This is a tough economy, and this is a tough time to open a racetrack. And so hopefully by the time this is ready to happen, that will have freed up. But right now it's a tough time. You do have a geographic isolation problem here. You need to build your breeding practices. Horses do travel, though. They're vanned across the country. That's not uncommon. Again, they travel north and south. Typically south in the fall and north in the spring. So Georgia is right on the freeway, and so I wouldn't see that as an insurmountable obstacle to what you have to do. Competition is always going to be a factor, and there are new forms of gaming that are arriving every day via the internet, and the internet has challenged so many business models, not just ours. but because of our Interstate Horse Racing Act and our ability to wager online, we do have an ace in the hole, if you will. We have an ability to compete that other sports and activities don't. Again, through licensed, regulated facilities where people are there and the governments of other states are watching. So it's not unlicensed, unregulated, reckless activity. Lack of experienced bettors. It's going to take a while for people to learn parimutuel wagering. Pulling the lever on a slot machine probably doesn't take much. Doesn't take long to learn how to do that. But wagering on horse racing is a skill. It takes years to develop. That's why you want to access that 85% outside the market. In this market, it's going to take a while to catch on. It won't happen overnight, but I promise you, when people understand it, I have this vision of what Atlanta could have in Hong Kong. They have Shai Tin Racetrack, which is probably the most exciting racing venue in the world, where tens of thousands of young people show up at night to racing under the lights, and it is an experience second to none. And they typically wager more on one night than we would wager on the Kentucky Derby. It's part of the culture there, and it's a business that translates urban and rural. It brings urban and rural together, something that Georgians, I think, like to do and do frequently. Kentuckians do it. It's an interesting dynamic in itself. I think it can be a very exciting form of entertainment. But you do have to teach folks, and they have to be encouraged that, hey, this is a harmless, this is a good, fun activity. This is not. There's going to be some folks who are going to push back and say, I'm morally opposed to this. Gambling is wrong. That's fine. We don't try to convert people. People are entitled to their opinion, and there's certainly no one who has to go to one of these facilities. And if you have moral objections, then by all means, don't darken the door. But I think once you go, you're going to be surprised to find out that this is not the pet devil's playground. This is actually a great family-friendly environment where people who want to participate on any number of levels can do so and have a great time. One things we're seeing that's sort of emerging is animal rights and animal welfare issues. We are seeing a greater sensitivity to the way we treat animals in this country. That's the reason for the Safety and Integrity Alliance that the NTRA has, is to assure our public that we are doing everything possible to ensure the safety of these horses that compete through pre-race inspections, through rigorous drug testing, through veterinary assistance, through research. We look at racetrack surfaces to make sure that they're as safe as possible. Develop the synthetic track, which is one possible solution. Not sure what all those solutions are, but we're in a continual dialogue and investigatory mode to make sure that we're doing everything we can to assure the safety of those animals. Let me give you some final thoughts, and then we'll stop for questions. Thinking about the legislation, thinking about the way I would do this, I would provide for broad distribution rights. Again, it's important to give the operator as much chance as possible to recoup his investment. Limit wagering taxes. I haven't said much about that. The states typically look at horse racing and other forms of gambling, and they say, oh, great, we can put a 3 or 4% tax on this and pay for all sorts of government needs. I would caution that if you do that in this day and age with horse racing, you're going to saddle that operator with obligations that it can't afford, and it comes at the expense of horsemen and breeders and jobs and people who are in the industry. And I would urge you to think of this as just another economic impact. Earn your tax revenues from the jobs it creates, from the economic activity that it stimulates, just like any other business. It will not create additional burdens, but to the extent that it does, regulatorily deal with that, tax to fund the cost of regulation. Beyond that, you're only crippling the economic impact that you would get from the business otherwise. So be very cautious, and don't be lured into thinking that this is, and you're going to hear a lot of other gambling enterprises selling themselves as a quick fix for gambling, for revenue shortfalls. I don't think racing is that. That's not the way racing should be portrayed, and I don't think it's that's not something it brings to the table directly. Indirectly, yes. Directly, you're only undermining your ability to maximize your benefits. Regulate safety and integrity, not the economic issues. Make sure that the drug testing is being conducted, that there are pre-race inspections. but don't spend a lot of time worried about concession prices and seating and things that the operator should do. We have a history of that in our industry where states like to get involved in the details, and really I think regulations are better left to the safety and integrity issues. Workers' comp is important. I don't know what your laws are here, but I think it's important to have some safety net for people who participate. And finally, again, aggressively enforce drugs and medication violations, wagering integrity. And the last thing I'll say is we're in the process of putting together a racing compact, which will provide uniform rules and regulations across the country, and I would urge Georgia to become a part of that compact. It will speed the process of you being integrated into the national scene on racing. Mr. Chairman, that's all my remarks. I'll stop there and entertain any questions.
Mr. Waldrop, you have given us a lot to think about and given us a lot of facts and figures that we really need to digest, and that's what today is all about, is to find out what we need to know, because we obviously don't know. Before I'm going to allow the members to ask a question, but before I do, I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves, because we have members of the Ag Committee, that is the Agricultural Committee here, and they all, with the exception of one, make their living in the business. I will ask the chairman, McCall, to, if he will, to please ask the first question.
You want us to introduce ourselves?
Yes. Please do that first.
My name's Tom McCall. I do farm for a living and live over in northeast Georgia, right on the South Carolina line. One question I had, you kept talking about Georgia being an island and isolated and all, but we have the corridor from Florida to Kentucky. You can't get from Florida to Kentucky without traveling the whole entire state of Georgia. Us being an island, and what's the closest horse facility we have is Alabama, I guess.
Racetrack?
Yeah.
It would be probably Lexington. It would probably be Keeneland.
So
There's not racing in Alabama right now, I don't think.
I don't
think they're doing
understand.
dog racing.
What my question is why do you think we are an island when we are dead in the middle of the two big states?
Well, when I said that you were an island, what I'm saying is that Georgia sits in the middle of several states where there is no racing, and there is no racing in Alabama, there is none in Mississippi, none in North or South Carolina, none in northern Florida, and none in southern or in Tennessee. So, as a geographic matter, you're in the midst of. That's only an observation, but as I did say, there will be horses traveling north and south in the spring and fall, and that's when you can capture those horses initially. Eventually, once your breeding program is up and going, then you will work your way out of that, and you will become a significant player. I'm just thinking initially in the startup phase, that's a challenge to deal with.
One more question, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. No problem.
My interest in this whole thing, other than revenue back to the state, is I sell a lot of hay, and I look at the hay and the feed industry as far as ag goes. Horses now in Georgia are the number 6 commodity out of 60-something that the University of Georgia keeps up with. What is it, Harry, $400-something million?
That's
and that's not counting backyard horses like we get up cows with. That's probably horses that somebody, really counts as a horse. I'm sure they hadn't come and counted the 4 at my house. But what I'm getting at is the way you talk. That commodity could top peanuts and pecans and even broilers if you get.
Absolutely, but the key is you have to have a racetrack. Without a track to provide the purses and the economic engine to support those farms that will breed those horses, you're not going to reach your potential. It's the existence and the location of that track that makes all the difference, and that's the way this industry works. The track is the economic engine around which the industry is built. So if you want breeding farms, if you want to sell hay, if you want to have an agribusiness that's broad and extensive throughout the state, you've got to start with a track, because that's where it all begins in this industry. That's where the wagering revenue comes, that drives the purses, that drives the value of the horses, and the breeding then follows. So it's all a seamless web, but it starts with a track. It starts with the ability to conduct parimutuel racing, and that is the economic engine that drives it all.
Thank you for taking time to
Yes, sir.
come talk to us today.
Yes, sir.
Representative Levitas, would you please introduce yourself as well?
My name is Kevin Levitas, represent the Tucker North Lake area, and Representative Burns is the odd man out. Representative McCall and I are the big farmers, as you might imagine, from North DeKalb. I appreciate your presentation, and it's a very interesting topic to me. I do have a few questions, and I'm going to ask some of them until the chairman asks me to move on to another topic. But there was a lot of things that I found very, very interesting, and I have to correct one thing. I don't know about everybody else in the room, but unless you can raise a horse for $100, I'm not one of those guys that can own one and participate in the sport. I guess I'll start with the most obvious. I will tell you that I think anybody that looks at betting of any kind, whether it's lotteries, casinos, dog racing, thoroughbred racing, does have an eye towards the revenue that it could generate for the state, not just as an enterprise, but particularly as a means of taxing that. And I noticed you said be careful, you shouldn't do that, otherwise you're hurting yourself. I'd like to know of the other states that do that, how many tax in any form, and by any form I mean whether it's 1%, 5%, 0.5%, do tax the industry. And have you or has any member of the Racing Association or Thoroughbred Association done a study to compare what the revenue impact, positive revenue impact would be for Georgia with a tax versus without a tax?
Well, I'll take the last question first. No, I have not done that study, and I'm not aware of one. I've not seen that sort of study done anywhere, honestly. But I will say that across the country, excise taxes, and keep in mind an excise tax is a tax over and above all the other taxes that these racetracks and horsemen will pay. No one wants any tax break. No one's asking for a tax break. Horsemen, tracks, owners, they pay every tax that a citizen of Georgia pays. It's the addition of an excise tax that I'm talking about. The excise tax is a tax on wagering. It's typically a percentage of handle. It, in some cases, was as high as 6%. It can be as low as 0.5%. It has tended to drop over the last several years as people have begun to realize that it's a disincentive for investment, and it's probably counterproductive from the state perspective. I can speak for Kentucky, for instance. The tax rate that applies to Churchill Downs and Keeneland is 3.5% of wagers. That's a 20% tax on gross revenue. Let me say that again so you understand. A 20% tax on gross revenue. Now, imagine any other business in Georgia saying, before you pay any other taxes, grocery store, you took in, your cash register's got $20 in it today. After that, give us 20% of that. I can't do that. That's $4. Just take it out right now. Now, go do your business, pay your employees, and then pay your taxes at the end of the day. But we're going to start by taking $4 out of the cash register from the very beginning. That is that's historic, but I can tell you that in some ways it's confiscatory. It is debilitating. It is a disincentive to investment, and it may have worked in a day when you had a monopoly. It was in effect a monopoly franchise fee, and there was some legitimacy because you were, as a state, granting a monopoly franchise. But today, that's no longer the case. Certainly in Georgia, you wouldn't be able to grant a monopoly because of the Georgia Lottery and because of charitable gaming, which is a sizable business. I don't know all the details, but if Georgia Lottery is if Georgia charitable gaming is like any other state, it is in many cases larger than horse racing. It certainly is in Kentucky, believe it or not. So you have the competitive pressures there, and if you saddle that operation with additional excise taxes on the gross revenue, you undermine the economic incentive, and you ultimately provide less money for investment in the industry itself to make it more competitive with not just other forms of gaming, but other sports enterprises and other forms of entertainment. So that's why I say think long and hard before you use a tax, an excise tax, as a funding vehicle for other programs, because it's virtually impossible to eliminate, as As you once that money's there, it's hard to sort of say, well, we're not going to make it. We're not going to collect that money anymore. That's what happens in Kentucky. It's very hard to turn the comp back, and you've got tracks in Kentucky that are struggling, but yet they're paying excise taxes to the state off the top. They need to keep those dollars to keep their doors open, and so it's counterproductive. Understandable. And the other problem is you're going to get other forms of gambling who will come to town and say, look, we'll give you 20, 30, 40% off the top, and we can afford it. Well, important difference between us and, say, casino gambling is that, back to my analogy, slot machines, you plug them in the wall. There are no breeding opportunities. There's no agribusiness. The purses, the professional athletes we support, the agribusiness, the broad economic activity is necessary, but it needs capital and it needs money to do that. And we have to spend that money. We have to plow it back in our industry in the form of purses, and that makes it difficult. So be careful, be cautious about tax and gross revenue, because I think it can be a real disincentive to investment.
Well, it's interesting to me that one of the state you used as an analogy was Kentucky, and I would assume they don't really have a lot of problems with the thoroughbred industry. In fact, it's pretty thriving up there, and so are their races, right?
It is in Kentucky and in Lexington and Louisville, in the urban areas. But in those areas that are adjacent to casino gambling in northern Kentucky, Ellis Park, which is near Indianapolis, or near southern Indiana, where they have riverboat casinos, it does struggle. It is very difficult to compete head-to-head against those other forms of gambling. And so the other tracks have a lower tax rate, but even that is significant. So Kentucky is under pressure as well. Trust me, I confess I've lobbied against excise taxes in Kentucky unsuccessfully for 15 years. So my record isn't too great, but I thought I'd start now rather than after the fact. It's harder to do afterwards than before.
Well, and I appreciate that. I think, just being candid with you, I think that in our area, gambling of any form, wagering, whatever you want to call it, is a tough sell.
Yes.
If you remove from that any revenue to the state and we're just bringing business, I think you, to say the least, are rolling up the hill.
You have a challenge. I agree.
You do. And the only other area I wanted to hit before I move on is you mentioned a lot of things about the regulation, about how many referees or coaches, observers, trainers, and having the state do the inspections and all that. Who's going to pay for that? The taxpayers of Georgia, or is that going to be a fee imposed on the industry in order to fund the inspectors that you would need?
Absolutely, the industry needs to pay for that. And that's where I said that you absolutely need to tax the industry for the cost of regulation. Now, the industry has to bear those costs. State should not be out one nickel for the cost of regulating this business. And tracks and horsemen will gladly pay. There's a license fee. Typically, you collect fees on licenses. You collect license fees from tracks back to the excise tax that's used to pay the cost. So there are plenty of costs that the state will need to, that the industry will need to bear. So I'm not suggesting that the state, that the tracks and the industry get off scot-free, and I don't want to belabor the point. I think that in no way should the state bear those costs. Beyond that, I take your point about the politics. I also just issue the caution that if it's too much, you may have trouble attracting investment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And that's primarily because if we do that, no one's going to want to invest in Georgia.
It's a tough.
And I think we keep forgetting that this industry creates many, many, many jobs, and it's so much better to have somebody out there working and paying, whether it's for the tax on their meal or their, which they're already doing.
Right.
I believe Representative Burns has a question.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your presentation.
Yes, sir.
John Burns. I'm from Southeast Georgia, and I too am in the ag business, in the row crop business, and in the feed business. So I realize the impact that horses and the equine industry does have on the state. I think in many counties we probably have more horses than we do cattle in the state, and as the state's changed some in many ways. that was a concern of mine. Kevin just touched on as far as the direct cost to the state, and that would be covered by the licensure fees. As far as the cost to the certainly the Department of Ag. So that was a concern that I had, and thank you for your answer there. One of the things I see, we have some speakers from some other disciplines of horse racing that have come in, some other breeding. In this type business, so because I'm not familiar with the actual facility at all, can it be used for a multi-purpose type with quarter horses racing and thoroughbreds, trotters? I mean, can you accommodate all the different disciplines so we can get more bang for our buck as far as the infrastructure cost?
Absolutely. I think that the isolation that you may have, back to my poor choice of words about thoroughbreds, may not be nearly so much in the case of quarter horse or even harness. And you may find that that's a much easier discipline in which to attract the horses. Thoroughbred racing is more expensive. Our purses are larger. It's a higher hill to climb than standardbred harness racing or quarter horse racing. They can coexist very well. A multi-use facility not only breeds but also other disciplines. In Kentucky, for instance, we have the Kentucky Horse Park, which is going to be home to the World Equestrian Games next year, and that's very compatible with a thoroughbred racing facility as well. I could see a major facility being built that would not be focused simply on racing, but also on eventing, on 3-day event, on other kinds of sport horse events that are very popular in this country and going to grow more popular and are here in Georgia already. So I could see this becoming the nucleus of a much larger equine resurgence, not simply limited to racing and not simply limited to thoroughbred or racing breeds.
So you thoroughbred people aren't elitists then?
No, absolutely not. Don't believe what you read or hear. We welcome all racing breeds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So you know, the NTRA, we are closely aligned with other. We actually operate the something called NTRA Advantage, which is the group purchasing program for virtually every breed of horse in America. Some 1 million people who buy goods and services under our program. So we're a big tent at the NTRA, and we welcome everybody into the business.
Thank
you. Mr. Waldrop, I want to thank you for coming today, for what you had to say, and the follow-up that I hope we can have, because what we're trying to do is climb a mountain. It's been attempted before in Georgia, and unfortunately we have not been successful. I had a senator the other day say to me, when I asked him told him what we were doing, and he said, it's a shame that we didn't go ahead and include horse racing and parimutuel wagering with the lottery when we passed it, because he says, now we've got to go back and take the next step. So your testimony and the testimony that we're going to hear from, because we're going to talk about quarter horses next, is critical to what it is we're trying to do. And thank you so much for coming.
Mr. Chairman, it's my pleasure, and I thank you all for the opportunity, and you can look to the NTRA to provide any advice or support necessary. I am at your disposal, and we wish you all the best, and know that this is a decision that you'll make carefully, but you'll not regret it if you let horse racing come into your state. I think it'll bring the prestige and the pride that we've seen in jurisdictions around the country. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. So that everyone is aware, this hearing is being streamed live throughout the world. And by that I mean you can sit in front of your computer and watch it. And people are doing it. I know that some of the members we notified everybody of the hearing. Many of them have contacted me and said, I'm going to watch it on my computer. So it isn't like there's just the four of us up here. And unfortunately, we had a fifth, and he had to take his wife for a medical exam today, so he couldn't make it. Representative England, who is also in the feed business, as I'm reminded. But then all of our members here are members of the Agricultural Committee. Our next speaker will be speaking to us on Dr. Fish. There he is. I'm sorry. I lost you for a minute. Will be speaking to us about quarter horses. And when we ask for resumes, bless his heart, Dr. Fish starts out by saying that he is a Georgia boy all the way, that he graduated from Moultrie High School. He went to ABAC to get his AS degree in pre-veterinary medicine. He's a graduate of the University of Georgia School of Agriculture. He got his BS there, and then the UGA College of Veterinary Medicine in 1982. And then he adds a little paragraph so that you really know where he feels, how he feels about all this. He puts in parentheses, "Go Bulldogs."
I already like this, Mr. Chairman.
Would you bring us up to date on the quarter horse business and just exactly, and I, although I didn't go ahead and read the rest of it, I do want everyone to know that you are planning on breeding between 400 and 600 mares this spring.
Yes, sir.
So this is the business this gentleman is in. And Dr. Fish, if you would, tell us about the veterinary business in Tallahassee, Florida.
All right. Mr. Chairman and members, I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about the economic impact of quarter horse racing on Georgia. I am from Tallahassee, but I was raised in Moultrie, Georgia, so back here as a Georgia person. At the beginning, I'm going to bring you up to date.
And Dr. Fish, so that you know, this will be streamed, available, archived later. All of this will be edited in because it's a little bit hard for this camera, wherever it is, to pick that up.
Okay.
So everything that you've done in your PowerPoint presentation will show up very clearly in the archives. Thank you. Excuse me.
I want to talk to you. I'm the president of the Florida Quarter Horse Racing Association, and give you a little history on quarter horse racing in Florida. Some of the stats I'm going to give you with Georgia, I'm going to compare them to Florida, since we're relatively new with quarter horse racing in Florida. We're about to start our first meet in over 20 years down at Hialeah Race Park. Quarter horse population in Georgia is about 52,000. And in Florida, you've got almost double that number at 93,000. In Georgia, you've got 18,000 owners, and in Florida, we've got 24,000. Total horse numbers, you've got 500,000 in Florida and about 179,000 in Georgia. The American Quarter Horse Association came to Florida in August of 2005 and asked, they wanted to see if there was any interest in reviving quarter horse racing in Florida. So somehow out of all that, I ended up president of the Florida Quarter Horse Racing Association. We started the association in October of 06, or October of 05. We spent the 06 and 07 legislative sessions basically educating the legislators of what quarter horses were and are, and the impact that quarter horse racing could have on the state. In 2008, we had a bill come out of the Senate that allowed for quarter horse racing in the state. In Florida, there are thoroughbred permits, quarter horse permits, standardbred permits. At that time, there were no active quarter horse permits in the state. So the legislation that came out in 08 allowed for that, but it did not come out, make it through the House. In 2009, there was a bill that came out that allowed for quarter horse racing in the state, and it also passed the House. So for that reason, we've got a meet starting at Hialeah on November 28th. And let's see here. So what that does, All right, I'll get it in a minute. They didn't have computers back when I went to Georgia, you know. So what you've got here is the opportunity for a birth of a new industry, and that's quarter horse racing in Georgia. We just went through all that. I'm going to talk about some of the things that the previous speaker talked about. There's 3 tiers of production in quarter horse and racing in general, and quarter horse racing. One is the racetrack itself. The racetrack itself is the very tip of the iceberg as far as economic development. There is a great amount of economic development at the racetrack, many jobs created at the racetrack. But the second big tier is the trainers that train these horses. Your major tier of economic development would be the third tier, and that is the breeders. And that's already been talked about. But the breeding in a state creates jobs from anywhere from the feed dealer to the hay man to the veterinarian, the farrier, all the way down to tax shops and hotels as people come to visit their horses. Or you've got a trainer that's got a horse in North Georgia, but the owner's in South Georgia. He'll travel across the state to spend some money doing that. It's been proven many times that each horse on the racetrack will produce 7 jobs. And that doesn't mean horse A and horse B together produce 7 jobs. Each horse, you multiply it out, you got 7 jobs created. At a meet, let's say a 40-day meet like Hialeah is about to have, it takes 800 to 1,000, closer to 1,000 horses to have that meet and it be a successful meet. So there's 7,000 jobs got created because of one 40-day meet that's going to last about 12 weeks. It'll last 10 weeks of racing, but there will be 2 weeks the horsemen are already there, and then they'll have up to a week later after the meet's over to leave. The horse industry in Florida produces about $3 billion in goods and services, and it has a $5.1 billion impact on the economy. There in Florida, there are 272 farms and nurseries, and over 400,000 Florida acres are used to produce Florida horses. It's not acres owned by quarter horse, or this is quarter horses. It's not acres owned by quarter horse people. It's acres used in quarter horse production. There's an average of 2,073 new quarter horse registrations each year in Florida. Georgia has a firm foundation and history in quarter horse racing. This list here is the all-time leading money earners by owner in the state. And you'll see at the top of that list is Toast to Dash. He's owned by Chad Hart over in Athens, Georgia. Toast to Dash regretfully does not live in Georgia. He lives in Texas. And the reason for that is there's no advantage for Chad Hart to have him in Georgia, so he moved him to Texas. Stricken 6 Cartel is a new young stallion. We actually have him down in Tallahassee. Again, he's not in Georgia. He won $404,000. He belongs to a restaurant owner here in Atlanta, Jose Angel. That whole list is all Georgia people. I would say that 99% of those horses do not live in Georgia. They were trained in another state. They are either brood mares or stallions in another state. All the money spent on those horses is in another state. Georgia lost all that money. Then this is a list of leading money earners foaled in the state. So you do, over the years, have some top horses that have been foaled in Georgia. $194,000 for Ghost Streaking Garrett. He was born down in Boston, Georgia. I personally knew him. But all those horses, Ghost Streaking Garrett actually was born in the state, and he spent up until his yearling year here. But then he left to go out to Texas and New Mexico to race. And it's the same story for all those other horses. None of them stayed in the state. The most you got them here was through their yearling year. After that, you lost them. There are several prominent breeders in Georgia. At one time, I'm not sure it's that way this year, but last year when I was talking to the Florida legislature, we included Georgia and the surrounding states in talking to them about the economic impact that quarter horses would have on Florida. You've got Chad Hart, which we've already talked about in Athens. You've got Robert and Karen Nunley. They own, in partnership, in Granada Farms in Texas. They stand 5 major stallions. They have a farm here in Georgia. They have the ability to have everything they've got in Texas here in Georgia, but it's not here. It's in Texas. All their mares, I would say I think we talked to them at a meeting not too long ago. They said they have 2 of their mares in Georgia. The rest of them are in Texas. Kenny Roberts is, he's in the feed business, hay business, but he's down in Valdosta, Georgia. He's a client of ours. He breeds horses in Louisiana. He's got several of his mares out there. He has a major stallion, Panther Mountain, in Oklahoma. And he spends very little of his money in Georgia. Most of his mares stay in Louisiana. He has a few, because of the way we developed the Florida bred program, that the mares can live in Georgia as long as he breeds to an accredited Florida stallion. So he comes down to Florida, spends his money breeding, but then he brings them back home. And I'll explain to you later why we did that. So when you're setting up your program, you can think about what to do. You've got 2 sources of income for Georgia. One is to stop the exodus of Georgia horses and money leaving the state. That's huge, like we've already shown you from that list. I could go on and on about how many Georgia horse people, when we go to the Heritage Place sale in Oklahoma City, that we see all these Georgia horse people. They're out there racing. A lot of them have farms just like the Nunleys. They have farms in Oklahoma. They have farms all over. They live in Georgia, but they're spending their money again in other states. You can create a new industry that will bring those horses back. And there are a lot of people, like myself, for instance, until we got quarter horse racing going in Florida, I had already done the deal where you send your horse out to Louisiana, Texas, wherever. You don't ever really get to see him. You pay the bills, you win some races, but mainly unless you go flying all over the place, you get the pictures. And so if you're really into it, that doesn't do a whole lot for you. When we knew that we're going to work on quarter horse racing in Florida, we started buying brood mares. We brought them to Florida, spending money in Florida. And now we're about to race one of our first crop down in Hialeah. So it'll be all full circle. Louisiana, over the years, they've upped their breeding program. Last year they bred 2,334 quarter horse mares in the state of Louisiana to Louisiana stallions. They bring in 671 outside mares. Some of those mares in Louisiana, the way their program's set up, they actually stay in the state all year long. But that is a huge expenditure per mare. When you've got 2,300, you multiply that by 2,334. That's a huge amount of jobs, because, like was alluded to before, horse racing in general and quarter horse racing is just like thoroughbred racing as far as the expense and labor that it takes to raise these horses. I know, because every morning I get up, I feed ours. I'm a very hands-on horse owner. And that is the way most quarter horse people are. They're very hands-on. You tend to see the people that raised them. They'll be the ones that take them to the track. You'll see the families that know, the little kids, they know all the horses. Our daughter's like that. She knows all our babies. Legislative needs. There needs to be legislation whenever you come up with it that mandates a certain number of days, and it doesn't have to start out with 40. The way we did it in Florida is we have a ramp-up system. The first year a track operates, they have to race 20 days. A full schedule of live racing, 8 races per day, and that's quarter horse racing as far as the quarter horse permit in Florida. The reason to do that is if you have your pari-mutuels and there is not tied to a certain number, eventually tied to a certain number of days, your horse owners are not going to have the confidence that that track's always going to be there, that racing's always going to be there. So you'll have a lot of people, instead of jumping on board, they'll wait and see how everybody does, and then a few years later, if it's all going well. But you'll always have the people that hold back because you don't have that mandated number of days. So it absolutely eventually needs to be tied to a number of days. 40 is a good number of days because it allows for multiple reasons. It allows for certain futurities and derbies and the higher stakes races. In quarter horses, a common scenario is you have a set of trials. The top 10 fastest horses out of maybe 300 that eventually get nominated. Those top 10 make it into the finals 2 weeks later. So what you try to do with a meet is have it set up so those horses, maybe if they didn't get in the first big race, they have a shot at another one. And you can't run them too close together. There needs to be some downtime. If you're running a 2-year-old every 2 weeks, that's a little tough on him. So a 40-day meet, 3 or 4 days a week spread out over 10 or 12 weeks, that allows that horse that didn't get in, or even the one that did get in, to have another shot at a race, at a big race at the end of the meet. And it also gives the owners and trainers, the owner is basically when it gets down to it, the owner is the one that's paying all the bills. So he doesn't necessarily want to load up and move his horse and pay all the moving expenses for a little short meet. He wants to at least have a few opportunities to race his horse while he's at that meet, because it takes just as much diesel to haul him to that track for one meet, or one race, as it does for 2 or 3. We develop there's different ways to develop your state bred program. Some states you'll see, if your long-term goal is for economic development, you need the higher purses. That fuels the whole fire. You also need, when the owner or the breeder decides to sell his horse, maybe a lot of people in this business, they take them to yearling sales and then they're done with them. They go back, breed some more, and take them to yearling sales. So for them to make it, they have to have yearling prices that make it worth doing all the stuff you do to raise a horse. And what that will eventually boil down to is how those horses perform. If Georgia breds get the reputation that when they cross the Georgia line they can't compete, Georgia breds aren't going to bring very much. But if they have their reputation when they go to California, New Mexico, Florida, wherever they go, that those horses are tough, then they'll demand a lot in the sale ring. One way to do that is to keep the genetic base open. If you say Georgia horses, stallions can only breed to Georgia mares and it's all locked in, you can have an inflated economy going on, but it's just people in Georgia trading money between themselves. If you want to bring in the outside states and get outside money, you need to have it so those outside states can join in. Plus, it'll be a good source of horses because you can be short on horses, especially in a state where that you hadn't had racing in ever. So if you get the Alabama people that they say, okay, I can breed my horse to a stallion in Georgia if you eventually get some good stallions, but they can leave their mare in Alabama. We've got our program set up so that if you breed your mare to an accredited Florida stallion, quarter horses can ship semen, unlike thoroughbreds, you have to read live cover. Then we can ship semen to somebody in Oklahoma. Their resulting baby can be an accredited Florida bred. If they breed to an outside stallion, they have to bring their mare to Florida to foal her out, and they have to breed back to an accredited Florida stallion. That you'll have some people say, well, you're letting some of the mares stay outside of the state, and you could be bringing them all to Georgia. What will happen though is, again, quarter horse people tend to be very hands-on. So if you tell them I got to ship all my mares to Louisiana, you're going to have, there's always going to be the Kenny Roberts, the Chad Harts, the Robert Nunleys and Karen Nunley that do move to another state. But a lot of people are just going to say, well, if that's too much for me, I'll just wait till they work it so that I can foal my mare out, do everything myself, be involved with it. So that's the way we've set the program up. You can, outside mares can breed to accredited Florida stallions. Mares that are in the state can breed outside to outside stallions, which again keeps the genetic base wide open. You're not limited to the stallions in Florida. There's some great stallions in other states, and if you want your babies to perform well, they need the genetic base open. Here's what quarter horse racing has meant to AVS Equine Hospital, which is our hospital down in Tallahassee, Florida. In 2010, we're going to stand 10 top-notch racing quarter horse stallions. 2 of these are owned by champion breeders. One is owned by Childers Ranch from California, Bono Jazz. We have 3 more owned by Lucas Racing from Maryland. One is a full brother to a world champion. He's a Grade 1 stakes winner himself. One of these is a world champion producer, and all 10 of them are either Grade 1 competitors or they're out of Grade 1 producing mares. We have mares transported to our facility, just people knowing that sooner or later we were going to get quarter horse racing going in Florida. We've had people bringing in mares from Michigan, Maryland, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, all over, and we didn't have a track yet. They just knew it was going to happen. They're preparing for the future. Now that we actually do have a track, that will boost greatly, hence the 10 stallions. In the United States, there are over 3 million American quarter horses. Quarter horses are the largest breed registration in the United States. That makes up 35.6% of the horse population in the country. The horse industry provides $101 billion to the United States, and over 25% of that is from racing. There's 383 total jobs produced by racing. That's one of our stallions, and that's my dad. That's First Down Straw. That is First Down Straw. He's on the cover of the Quarter Horse Journal in December of '08. The other thing that a vibrant racing industry will bring to your state is it will increase the value or increase more opportunity for horses that, as they have second careers, a lot of times you have barrel racers, eventers, all the different disciplines. They're leaving your state to go elsewhere to search for their horses. As you get the racing in, even though those horses are not race horses, a lot of them will go on to be eventers or barrel horses or whatever. And so people they say Georgia's a good place to find that horse, so they stay here instead of traveling all over, spending their restaurant money, their gas money, everything else, plus spending their horse money. They're spending it here in Georgia. There's a list, the American Horse Council puts it out, the top 15 states of economic impact of the horse industry. Georgia is not on that list. What does that mean? It means you have excellent potential to be on that list. All you've got to do is tap into your foundation that you've already got here, the Chad Harts, the Robert Nunleys, all those breeders that breed horses elsewhere. You also have little bush tracks. There's a track in Glenwood, Georgia called Sweetwater Downs. It is, it's a nice track, and they go every third Saturday. Big group of people come, and some of those horses, they're on their way. They're coming there for a little testing ground. They're on their way to the bigger tracks. Some of it is just locals having fun with their horses every third Saturday. But you have a huge community of people that are out there racing them anyway. They want a place to race them and race them so they can make money and make money for the state. Hialeah Race Park is going to open on November 28th, a week and a half from now. They're going to be bringing 800 to 1,000 quarter horses to Hialeah for a 40-day meet. I didn't have a chance to call the Chamber of Commerce down there, but I did call one extended stay hotel. I asked them, I said, what do you know about quarter horse racing? She said, well, I know that track Hialeah is opening up and they're going to have quarter horse racing. I said, so what does quarter horse racing mean to you? She said, well, we've already figured it up that since that race meet has come down here, it has added $39,000 to our bottom line for the 12 weeks, 13 weeks that the quarter horse people will be in town. That's one little hotel, $39,000. You multiply that by all the other hotels around there, restaurants, everything else. And a big percentage of those are out-of-state people coming to Florida to spend their money to race at Hialeah. Our breeding industry is young, just like I told you. Until we have had this meet in Florida in a couple weeks, a lot of people have been waiting to see what is going to happen. Our breeding industry will take off next year now that we have this meet. As far as quarter horses go, we're setting it up so that there will be 4 to 5, maybe 6 tracks in Florida. 2 or 3 of those will be up in North Florida. One is going to be just below the Georgia line in Jasper. There's possibly one over in Jacksonville. There might be one in Gadsden County, Quincy. There's a permit in Marion County, Ocala. There's Hialeah Park. And there's 1 or 2 more that might come on board. Gulfstream has a quarter horse permit. They're racing thoroughbreds, and right now there's no advantage. The way the Florida is set up, there's really no advantage to them to add another breed, so I doubt they're going to race quarter horses. I did have one other little set of stats that's not on there. Your Georgia American quarter horse population right now is 52,000 quarter horses in Georgia. You have 18,456, and that was in 2008. 18,456 quarter horse owners in Georgia. They're got their membership with AQHA, American Quarter Horse Association. So again, that is you have a huge base sitting there waiting for you to flip the switch and get the quarter horses back to Georgia. And those people that are showing a lot, what you'll find is you'll have a lot of people that show horses or they do the barrel horses. I know there's one owner in Tifton, Georgia. She mainly does barrel horses, but since we're racing in Florida, she's gotten into the horse racing, the quarter horse racing. So it's not like you've got to draw people and educate them about quarter horses in Florida. You've already got 18,000 members sitting here and waiting to cast their vote. I've heard one problem that people said would come up is you get all these horses, there's not enough equine veterinarians in Georgia. Well, I promise you that if you bring the horses, the horse vets will come. When you're a horse vet, or when you've got the new students going to school, a very low percentage of them nowadays do go into large animal medicine or equine medicine. And one reason for that is lifestyle and opportunities. In Georgia, you've got a few places like Atlanta. Everybody's got their show horses. But when you head down to South Georgia, an equine vet down there has to be willing to do a lot of driving. They have to cover several counties to have enough horses to be a truly equine vet. They can be a mixed animal vet. That's getting harder and harder to do because there's so much to know about cats, so much to know about horses, so much to know about dogs and cows. It's hard to be really good at all of it. So most people are kind of specializing out and going one way or the other. But if you had a really vibrant horse racing industry and somebody going into vet school says, I could live in Douglas, Georgia, and I could not have to travel from there to Colquitt and over to Statesboro and to make a living. I can just do it all right there. Then you'll have more vets deciding to be large animal equine vets. And that's the end of my story.
Thank you, Dr. Fish. But one of the things that I wanted to mention to you, I understand, and we're going to hear from the veterinary school at the university this afternoon. If my understanding is correct, they are willing to give a free ride to vets, that is students that are willing to take courses and become a large animal veterinarian. If that's the case, I would think that anybody that wants to become a veterinarian and loves horses, Georgia is a wonderful place to go to school.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It's the best vet school in the country.
You want to be governor?
That's right.
You got one? Go ahead.
Dr. Fish, thank you for your presentation. One of your early slides, you said there were 272 farms, I think, in Florida?
272 nurseries.
Nurseries.
Yep.
400,000 acres directly?
Quarter horses.
Directly involved. So is that 1,500 acres, almost 1,500 acres per farm?
I haven't done the math on that.
Pretty good sized farms.
Well, you'll have some that are like ours that are, those stats came from the Florida Department of Marketing, our Division of Marketing, the Department of Agriculture Division of Marketing. So I can back those up easily. Some could be like our farm that we have a total of 85 acres. Some are going to be, several thousand acres. So I'm not sure how it all divides out, but that was their stat.
Yeah, that's a pretty good average. Yeah, we realize the problem in southeast Georgia. Our large animal vets, especially equine, are coming out of South Carolina.
You said they're coming
They're
out
coming
of...
out of South Carolina. They may be educated in Georgia, but they're practicing in South Carolina.
Right.
I think probably polo horses and that type of thing is pretty big deal over in Hilton Head.
And that's where, even though Tallahassee is not that far away from Moultrie, where I grew up, I worked for part-time for a veterinarian in Moultrie for many, many years, and we always talked about I'd come back and go in with him in Moultrie, and I'd do the horses. But I really just got to counting, you can do some horses. There's not enough to be a full-time equine vet. And a lot of the, we get a lot of horses from South Georgia that come down to our place, and as for that reason, there's equine vets scattered around, but it's just tough for them to cover that amount of area. And that's why you do have a lot of them decide, that's just not the way to go. Last
one here. Do you reckon those folks down that third weekend every month, you reckon there's any betting going on? Those good old boys racing down there?
There might be a little bit. Now, they do have a sign when you drive in. It says, "No gambling allowed."
I understand. Thank you.
And I'm sure everybody pays attention to it.
I think they do.
Dr. Fish, I understand that from what I read that you were a jockey in high school and in college, and you race quarter horses.
Yes, sir.
So you come by this very honestly.
Yep. I've been doing it since I was a kid. My uncles had horses in Hartsville, Georgia. I rode theirs. That's where I spent most of my time.
Chairman McCall.
Mr. Chairman, I just had more of a comment. I'm sitting here thinking the whole time, Steve, I think you and me went to ABAC together.
We might have. What year were you there?
I graduated in '74 from high school and went straight to ABAC. And
yeah.
I know when your name came up on this thing, it kept clicking with me some which way. But that was at least 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, that was.
And
now that you say it, I do kind of remember you.
You get past last week, and it doesn't even look like the same place it did when we were there.
It doesn't.
But thank you for coming, and I don't have any questions except for the fact that when y'all race in Florida, do you do it kind of like the thoroughbred people do? Is that the basic emphasis you put on what you're doing down there, or is breeding more what y'all do?
Well, it's all tied together. If you don't have the racing, you're not going to have the breeding. That's why you got to have the track, like we said before. So when you look at even our vet practice and the stallions we've stood, we started out with 1 or 2 a few years ago, and now that people know that quarter horse racing is coming and that we're going to have a track and actually a meet, then all of a sudden you've got the major interest in breeding the mares. We've already had calls for 2010 from all over the country, people wanting to breed their mares so they can get in on the Florida bred program. So to answer you again, you very much have to have the racing, and you have to have good purses. And that's why you have to, think about your tax rate and all those things. Because if you just got the track but the purses aren't good, it's not happening. You got to have the good purses.
But you are racing on the same track that the thoroughbreds are racing on.
Hialeah Park has a quarter horse permit now. It does not have a thoroughbred permit. So thoroughbreds can race on that track because the definition of a quarter horse permit in Florida is that has to be at least 50% of the races have to be run quarter horse races. The other 50% can be other breeds. But the permit is a quarter horse permit. So yes, we can run on the same track. They use the same dirt, same starting gates, and a lot of quarter horse trainers train thoroughbreds and vice versa. Some of your leading thoroughbred trainers, Dwayne Lucas, Bob Baffert, they all started out as quarter horse trainers, and Dwayne Lucas still has quarter horses. He's a major quarter horse player.
For the folks that are streaming and watching this that don't know what a quarter horse is, would you please tell us?
A quarter horse is the fastest athlete on earth. They are very versatile horses, and one reason people don't understand about quarter horse racing is their idea of a quarter horse is the halter horse in the show ring or the Western pleasure horse. But quarter horses, there are enough bloodlines in quarter horses that you can make each bloodline specialize and come up with a certain type of show horse, a race horse. So they're all the same breed, but they're very distinct bloodlines. Quarter horses were developed back again in the colonies. They were a cross from the Spanish horses and the thoroughbreds that came over from England. And they were named quarter horses because back in the old Virginia days, they raced a quarter of a mile. So they became, later on, the American quarter horse. They are not horses out of the bushes that cost $200. These horses, there's many quarter horses that sell in the millions. You go to the sale at Ruidoso, New Mexico, their average sale price is $45,000. They will have, like one of the stallions we're standing, he had two. In quarter horses, you can do embryo transfer. So you can have one mare. You can flush an embryo from her, put it in a recipient, flush her again, put another one. So this mare had the two high sellers. She had the high seller at Ruidoso, Oceans Apart. He sold for $300,000. She had the high seller at Heritage Place, Half Pipe, $325,000. So they sell for a lot of money. Those horses, full brother Wave Carver, he was syndicated for over $6 million. So they're top end horses. They're good horses, quality. The owners take very good care of them. They're some of the best, well kept horses in the world.
When you breed a thoroughbred with a quarter horse, what do you get?
You get an appendix registered quarter horse, and the way that works is in the Quarter Horse Association, you have to have one registered quarter horse parent that has what is called blue papers, and you can breed that blue papered quarter horse to a thoroughbred. The result is an appendix registered quarter horse which will have yellow papers. That horse has to perform to a certain level. He has to get a certain speed index. He has to get certain performance points. If he does that, he can switch over and become a regular registered American quarter horse. So you can end up, that horse is an American quarter horse.
Fascinating.
But he has to prove himself.
Fascinating. Do the members have any other questions? We are going to take a break for lunch, and the members that are here that are testifying, we have lunch for you down in room 605, just down the hall. I meant to tell you earlier, the men's room and the ladies' room is also down that hall toward the elevator. There is a restaurant on this floor, and all you do is go down past the elevator and walk on around, and you'll go right into a cafeteria. So oh, excuse me. You can go either way, but you can get there. And then we will start back at 1:45. Because we have so many people that we want to hear from today, we have kept the lunch hour to 45 minutes. Dr. Fish, God bless you, and thank you for coming.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And thank you for all that you do.
Just know that Florida is willing to help you any way we can.
We appreciate it. Thank you. As you will notice this afternoon, we may have Representative Levitas had to leave. He does have a law practice, and he said he was going to try and get back before we got through. So, and by the way, we're not streaming live. It turns out that we are recording. We will archive, but for some reason they're having some difficulty at the moment streaming live. So all those folks that we thought were sitting out there watching us as we were speaking. So now what they're going to have to do is go back and pull it up later. But you can do that. All of you can do that.
Let's go, Tom. We can leave now.
Dr. Louder, if you would, please. Dr. Louder, unfortunately, you've been on vacation having a good time, and we've missed our contacts with you, and I'm glad you got back. I did not get a resume, so I'm going to let you introduce yourself, if you will. Oh, excuse me, Dr. Louder. You are now.
Okay. Dr. Michael Louder. I'm one of the Chief of Staff for Field Services at the University of Georgia College of Veterinary Medicine. I've been at Georgia for about 13 years. I'm a Norton Distinguished Teacher. I'm a Georgia Recognized Distinguished Teacher. And I have been fortunate to be at the great University of Georgia because I think we do have some of the best students that are around. They are our best resource for the state of Georgia, and we hope to always provide good students for the state of Georgia. With that, I'll try to go through and give you my presentation. It's going to be fairly short in some sentences. How do I advance? Okay. Okay. A lot of numbers y'all have already seen. Basically, there's a lot of horses in the United States. And the interesting thing to me coming to look at it is a large percentage of these horses are horse owners. 34% make less than $50,000, so it's not a rich person game. Anybody can own a horse. Now, when you do start looking at it, 46% of those people make between $25,000 and $75,000 as far as owning horses. I'm going to leave the statistics up to someone else, but the thing I did want to get across is that owning horses is something that anyone within the state can do. And just roughly, and this is some numbers based on 300 horses, which the average track's going to run about 2,000 horses, as someone has said this morning. And if you look at these numbers, you can see the support staff that a horse takes. Horses are, to a certain degree, an animal that manages or requires a high degree of maintenance. They're superb athletes, things that we put a lot of time and effort in to get them to run for a few minutes, but we take very good care of them, and in that care process is which allows us to fall in love with them and understand that, the thing that when I think about horses, and one of my roles over here, I think, is to provide that, we, as far as the state of Georgia, we've got one of the top veterinary schools within an hour's drive here that we can provide surgical facilities. We have board of medicine people, reproductive people that give advice to people throughout the state of Georgia. Now, all these horses have got to have hay and feed. And the interesting thing about race horses is that they're bedded on straw, usually not shavings, which means all our farmers down in South Georgia that are growing wheat straw or wheat or oats during the winter months, there's a place for your bedding to go because you got oat straw and wheat straw is going to go to these stalls. It's not going to be shavings. Now, the other thing when you start looking at this thing dispersing out is tack, all these different things that each horse has. It's got to have a groom, it's got to have a veterinarian, it's got to have veterinarian technicians, which the state has 3 schools that train veterinarian technicians now to provide the veterinarians throughout the state. We've got barns that are going to be provided for these horses, cool-out sheds, horse walkers, both mechanical and people that walk these horses after their exercise. Everything is being done for the best interest of that horse. there's tractors to provide things. Everybody's going to benefit from horse racing within the state of Georgia. Transport vans, and horse owners are farmers. I farm. I come from a family of farms. We've got a few Angus cattle and a couple of horses, and I think it's something that will benefit this state. Our biggest thing is local hay and bedding is going to be provided. Yes, there'll be feed shipped in from other places, but we'll have a good number of that here. We're going to have referral facilities pop up around the area. We already have a number of veterinarians that practice out of Alpharetta. Now, there'll be veterinarians that travel with the tracks that come through or the horses that come through at the track, but it'll also increase the number of veterinarians that are within our state. Now, someone mentioned earlier large animal veterinarians. Well, hopefully it's going to increase the number of farms down in South Georgia where the land is abundant for breeding farms, and those breeding farms are going to become large animal veterinarians, which are not only going to be horse veterinarians, but they're going to be people that are going to provide services to other large animals within that area, which will benefit the entire industry of this state. The other thing about referring, veterinary practices and stuff is going to allow a larger quality of veterinarians to get out there and quality of veterinary medicine. But one of the things that people frequently forget about racing is it allows some people to acquire quality horses when they're retired. A lot of these geldings get retired from racing that they could not afford otherwise, and then they take them into barrel racing, 3-day inviting, cross country, things of that nature. So it allows a person to acquire a horse that they could no way afford the breeding of otherwise, and now they've got this horse because he's retired from the track for whatever reasons, and now they can move on with this animal. Now, one of the fortunate things about the state of Georgia in comparison to some surrounding states is that we do have equine inspectors that are already set up within the state, already managed by the Department of Agriculture, that can go around and they ensure the safety of the horses and the humane treatment of horses within this state. And that would allow us to expand that and make sure that any horses that come here for racing, the state has an inspector that goes out, looks at these animals, and makes sure that they're humanely treated and managed. Now, as that comes about, we also have supervising veterinarians, we have state veterinarians. All this is going to allow that these horses be treated fairly. And I think that's one of my concerns as a large animal veterinarian, that as horses come to the state of Georgia, and that we provide for their best welfare. And one thing that I don't think anybody really has mentioned yet is Aiken and Camden are not far away. I mean, they're just a 3-hour ride on the transport, and they're here. And we've got a number of horses that already winter in Aiken that would be over. So my presentation is kind of short. I wanted to answer any questions that someone might have as far as the humane aspect of the horse racing. We always see in the news when a filly breaks down or something like that, but we don't see the hundreds of thousands of horses that race every day that never have a problem. And racing is no different than any other sport, dog racing, things of that nature, that has breakdowns, but that's the nature of the beast. And horses that are raced are treated fairly, and we spend a lot of time and money in them trying to get them healthy. So if there's any questions I can address as far as the school and things that we do try to have a interest, and we do look out for students that are interested in large animal, and hopefully this will allow more students to have an interest, and not just in equine veterinarians, but in large animal veterinarians. That's what we're looking at.
Dr. Lauder, is my understanding correct that you can get a free ride at the University of Georgia if you will, in fact, be a large animal veterinarian?
What we allow those students to do is we give them special considerations during the application process, and they are tracked. When our students come in at the end of their first year, they have to decide if they're going to be small animal, mixed animal, equine track, or industry. And these students remain in that track, so they get special consideration upon administration or admission to the state school. That's how we look at it. So if someone from South Georgia says, I want to be an equine veterinarian or a large animal veterinarian, and I want to come back to South Georgia and open up practice, we're going to view that candidate very strongly.
But are we going to give them a free ride?
I don't know what necessarily free ride. I would have to leave that question up to someone with more, a higher pay scale than me.
I had, I'll save my next question. No. Mr. Chairman, it's you asked your question.
I am glad that you touched on the fact of how these animals are treated. As you well know, animal ag in general in the United States is coming under attack from the Humane Society of the United States and several other.
Yes, sir.
Which I 99% disagree with some of their charges. And you know, I know that everything from horse racing to rodeo to growing beef cows can be viewed as some kind of animal cruelty type deal. But I am glad that you said what you did about how good these animals are treated. When you got a horse that's worth millions of dollars, you ain't throwing him out in the woods and letting him fend for himself.
No, sir. They're taking extreme care. It goes into their housing and horsemanship. And, you know, we've got a wonderful relationship with the College of Ag at Georgia. And they do a great job of managing and training students there. They go out into different industries. And these horses are in our best interest to perform well. And any good athlete wants to perform. If you watch a good racehorse, they are at their best when they're racing.
You know, we've heard all day about these are athletes.
Yes, sir.
When you look at the and by the way, Mr. Chairman, I hope somebody will get us some printed copies of what's been on the board, because I can't write that fast. with the spin-off jobs that come with a horse. But you know, when you think about one horse being an athlete and the grooms, the owners and all that go along with keeping this horse as a spin-off business, that one athlete being the horse brings in a whole lot more money to an area than one athlete as we think about it, even with all the bodyguards and lawyers it takes to get him out of jail and all that kind of stuff. The horse athletes are worth a whole lot more to the state than you understand what?
Yes, sir, I'm with you. And, you know, one of the things that the college did, we provided medical care to the horses that came through the Olympics. We did an outstanding job there. I think we went through the Olympics without any bad PR as far as our horses were concerned, and definitely could do the same thing with horse racing. We had the facility, we had the backing of the state, and we have some of the best trained people in the world, and there's no question about it, we can provide humane care for our animals.
Thank you, Dr. Louder. Yes, it is. What we need to take steps to reverse that training of large animal veterinarians that leave Athens and locate in South Carolina.
You're right. You're right.
And there are numerous occasions that are occurring, and we certainly need to encourage you folks at UGA to admit those folks who have a passion for large animal veterinary medicine also. So that would be one side effect, possible positive side effect, if we had horse racing in Georgia. Certainly would be positive from that standpoint. The services y'all provide now, how active are you as far as surgery and the type of rehabilitative and functions you provide at the school now, as far as the type horses, quarter horses, and cutting horses we have in the state?
All right, we see some of the best athletes in the world. We'll have horses that travel 4 to 5 states to come to our facility. We average someplace around 18 to 2,000 horses that are admitted into the hospital. We'll do around 18,000 small animal cases a year, you know, as far as just the hospital itself. But out of those horses that come, we'll see somewhere in the neighborhood about 600 or 800 medical colics, and we'll have surgical colics on about 300 to 400 horses a year. So basically, I mean, there's a horse being cut every day just about for a colic. We do all the arthroscopies, anything that you might think you would see or have to go to a sports facility have done for yourself, it can be done at the College of Veterinary Medicine now. And as far as layup facilities, a lot of the horses that have surgery or things performed at the college, they either stay there until they're well equipped to go back to their farm that they came from, or there are operational lay facilities in their surrounding Athens area that'll take horses and keep them there till they recuperate to go on back to their training or home facility. But we do have a number of horses that travel. You know, in Georgia, we let in 17 South Carolina students every year that help come in and support the college, and those students go back. So our referral base, you know, we have students from Georgia, South Carolina. We'll have students at large. We get referrals from Alabama, Florida. So, I mean, I think we're well known for our faculty and the facilities that we can have and what we can provide for the horses.
So your reputation's already and your expertise is sort of
I think it's well established. And if you look at the vet schools last year, you know, we were ranked, I think, in the top 10 vet schools in the country. So and as far as the number of students that come from abroad to study with us, we had the highest number. Our internship program at Georgia is ranked as probably the number 1 in the country. And there's a reason for that. It's because we get our students in there. They have great exposure to a whole plethora of different types of animals. You know, everything from the backyard horse to the fancy race horse that is in Aiken that needs to be sent down for some type of surgery.
So the health care of the horses would be something already in place.
It's already in place, and we would have the students. You know, we admit 102 students, which we would have students that would already be ready to come to the surrounding areas to provide support.
Thank you.
Dr. Lauder, I've got 2 questions for you. When you're taking care of those horses, the state of Georgia is charging for that.
Yes, sir. The state of Georgia charges for it significantly, and we get fussed at sometimes for what we charge, but I think we charge a fair price for what we do.
Well, I appreciate that. Where do those revenues go, by the way?
Boy, I have no clue. That's something beyond me. But
well,
you'd have to ask somebody with a higher pay scale.
Well, the university just raised the fees on all the students, and I just wondered if...
as a father of 5, believe me, I understand this all too well.
In attending a UGA football game, unfortunately they lost, they announced on one of their big screens that the women's or ladies' equine
Equestrian team, yes, sir,
is the nation's #1 team. I
think Dr. Houston can help me on this. I think we're the 4-time national champion.
Is that right?
Equestrian team, which is unprecedented. There's nobody since they've started recognizing the ladies equestrian as a varsity sport has won more national championships than the University of Georgia.
That's fantastic.
So we've got a heck of a program.
Chairman McCall.
I think you hit the wrong button on that. Hit it one more time.
You're on.
I didn't have a question.
I'm sorry. Oh, you did not have a question. I'm sorry. You know, these new electronics are just something else again. If the committee has no further questions, thank you, and bless you for the work that you're doing over there.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. If you would, we're going to send a pad around and ask you to, just so we know who is here, and have you sign up, and who knows what we may send to you afterward. Dr. Hausner?
I thought you said they were sending a hat around. I didn't know.
No. No, a pad, not a hat. Dr. Hausner, you are the Associate Professor of Animal Sciences at the University of Georgia.
That's correct.
And would you tell us a little bit about yourself, and then...
Sure. I'm originally from Illinois, so I'm a Yankee that moved to Georgia and stayed here by way of California. So I've been in 2 states that have had parimutuel betting, both Illinois and California. Luckily, I got out of California before it fell in the ocean, or they put a fence up around it. So, my primary responsibilities, I have split appointment. I'm 75% extension, 12.5% teaching, 12.5% research. My areas of expertise are in nutrition and reproductive physiology, primarily in the animal science department, primarily with undergraduate students, although I do have some graduate students that do master's degrees in the areas of nutrition and reproductive physiology. That's my primary responsibility. We have about 200 and almost 300 undergraduate students in the animal science department, about 40 graduate students. I'm also faculty coordinator for the horses that we maintain for teaching and research purposes in the Department of Animal Sciences and the College of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences. Like I said, we maintain about 80 head of horses for teaching and research purposes. So that's primarily it. My charge, at least I felt my charge today, was to talk a little bit about the horse industry in Georgia and throw out some facts and figures like other speakers have done, primarily to discuss what the horse industry has as influence in Georgia, and also to point out some issues, and I say issues and opportunities along in the horse industry. There was a number thrown out earlier by Dr. Fish about the number of horses in the state of Georgia. We say there's 250,000 horses in the state of Georgia. That could be plus or minus. And one of the reasons that we really need to do an impact study, I think the last study that was put out, real true study, was back even before I came to Georgia in 1984. It was actually done in the 70s. So we really need to have an impact study to get a true feeling of the number of horses in the state of Georgia. We estimate, based upon other states' data that have horse populations similar to us, that it generates about $1 billion as far as economic impact in the state. And again, that's one of those figures you throw out there and say, prove me wrong. I've worked with economists a lot, and economists throw out a lot of things that I don't necessarily agree with, and they say, well, prove me wrong. So that's why I throw out the $1 billion. As was mentioned earlier, horses are ranked 6th in the Farm Gate Value Report, or were 6th in 2008. This is a study that's actually done by our Extension Service. Done by as it says down there, by our UGA Economic Center for Agribusiness and Economics. This survey is actually done, if you're not familiar with it, this is done by the county agents in the state. And part of my job responsibilities are to work with the county agents in all 159 counties in the state as well, when they have questions related to horse care, management, nutrition, reproduction, that their local veterinarians can't answer or their local clientele can't answer, then they come to us. And of course we have all the resources at the university, and I know you all know how the Extension Service works, and that's basically what we do. As you can see, horses are ranked 6th, and this is a publication that's put out every year. How this data is put together is the county agents basically go around and put these numbers together based upon their counties. A lot of counties, agents even have what they call horse committees that help them put this information together so that we can try to get accurate information. I think this is also an underestimate of the farm gate value of the horse industry in Georgia, and I'll show you why. When we look at horses just as livestock, basically in 2008 anyway, horses were first as far as livestock are concerned, above beef cattle, above dairy, above all the other livestock that are actually we have a farm gate value for. One of my charges, I feel, is to talk about representation as far as the university is concerned and education aspects. For example, I said I was 75 extension. We have two other people in the Department of Animal Science that are 20% each extension, so we're a little bit over 100%. So as far as state horse specialists in the College of Agriculture, we basically have little over 1 total percentage. Whereas in the dairy industry, which we have fewer than 400 dairies now, we have 5 dairy extension specialists. So again, without repeating myself, a little bit as far as representation in the horse industry and getting some educational information out there and being able to get some answers to people. In this economic farm gate value, it also lists the top 10 counties as far as boarding, training, and breeding. And this is a little bit of an explanation of what this farm gate value is. It doesn't count or take into account all the horses there are in the state of Georgia. And part of the reason is the farm gate value, as some of you may understand already, is the actual value of the product at the farm gate and not the economic multiplier effect. And so that's one reason I put this up here, is just to show you where the top counties are as far as raising, boarding, and breeding horses are in the state of Georgia. And one thing that has been mentioned before is that in the racehorse industry and in the horse industry, especially when we're talking about boarding horses, we're talking about being close to urban areas. And I think if you look at these counties that are listed as the top 10 counties, most of them are going to be around urban areas. As far as horses raised, again, one reason I put this up here is just to show you that as far as raising or breeding horses, has been pointed out before, you basically can do that all over the state. It's not a problem as far as transporting horses or anything else, whether we're near Florida, whether we're near Alabama or South Carolina, it really doesn't matter. So from that standpoint, it does have an economic impact throughout the state. So the total farm gate value that the horses generate to the state of Georgia is about $413 million. And again, I'd probably say this is a little bit of an underestimate, and again, to tell the economists to prove me wrong if I'm wrong in saying that. And based upon the horses that are listed here as far as contributing to the farm gate value, that only accounts for a little over 120,000 horses, or based upon my estimate of 250,000 horses in the state of Georgia, we're only accounting for about 48% of the horses. And I think before somebody mentioned the fact about backyard horses, that there's a lot of backyard horses that you just drive down the road that you see, and there's one or two, and they're not used for much except keeping up the backyard. The industry is diverse. We have, as I said, I came from Illinois and California, and Georgia has one of the most diverse horse industries in the United States. That was one of the things that attracted me to come to Georgia, because it is very diverse. We have a lot of different breeds, a lot of different disciplines, as has already been pointed out. There's training, there's showing, trail riding is very popular. As is mentioned, it's rural and urban. In the state of Georgia, we have over 1,200 licensed stables. The big thing, if I haven't already made that point, is recognizing the horse and the horse industry as an agricultural commodity and an agricultural industry. And fortunately, in 2006, in April of 2006, the Senate Bill 380 was passed, creating the Equine Commodity Commission, and you are going to hear from the chairman of that today, which thank goodness, is the right step as far as recognizing the horse industry as an agricultural commodity, an agricultural industry. This is just a busy slide. Again, I think the previous speakers have pointed out all the aspects as far as what the horse industry influences, as far as the feed industry, as far as the tack industry, as far as the sales industry. We have undergraduate students that go through and graduate with a BS degree and go into the marketing of horses, go to work for sales companies and things like that. And it's just wide open to the imagination of what you can do that's really associated with the horse industry. I tried to convince my daughter when she was finished with her undergraduate degree, rather than continuing in the along the pursuits of being an equestrian team coach or a veterinarian, is to become a lawyer and handle all these law cases that we're going to run across, or that we're going to see, especially in the nature of things that we have today. This is the main concern of mine, and that is the horse industry issues and opportunities. One is, I'm in the education business, and both adult education and in as far as college is concerned. As has been pointed out already, with the number of horses that have been thrown around as far as the state of Georgia is concerned, if you look at the national averages in different states, the average owner probably only owns about 3 to 5 horses. So that means that we have a lot more clientele to serve, to educate as far as adult education. And one of the problems that we run into, especially at the county levels when we're trying to do county education programs, is that we have a very diverse group of people that own horses. And so there's a big gap as far as trying to educate these people that especially don't come from a horse background. With the internet, they get their information off the internet, or they talk to their neighbor down the street that may not know as much as they think they know, and that's a big problem and concern. And this is one of the things that I hope, if horse racing becomes a reality in Georgia, that we can use some of that money to help in our adult education programs, whether we call them horse ownership programs or whatever. One of the things that we have been doing for the last 3 years in extension is what we call Master Equine Management Series. And one of the things that we try to do is tell these people that don't have much of a farm background or horse background, as far as managing, you're just not managing horses, you're managing land, you're managing manure, you have heavy use areas and all those things. So we go into the whole spectrum of not just taking care of horses, but taking care of the land. And as has already been mentioned, the big word now these days is green space, and keeping and maintaining green space. As a matter of fact, I think South Carolina now has a law, and I don't know how they enforce it, but these horse owners that have horses out on pasture, there's supposed to be 80% coverage of that pasture with grass. Like I said, I don't know how they enforce it. I just know I've been involved in some programs in South Carolina on horse management concerns. College education, I already mentioned the fact that the number of undergraduate students that we have in the animal science department alone, about 300. 70% of those students are there because of a horse interest. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have a career in the horse industry, but they're there because they have a horse interest. They want to learn more about it. A lot of those are pre-vet majors, realize that they're not going to be able to get into vet school, so they go into some other aspect of the horse industry. I teach a applied horse reproduction class in the spring semester. I have a waiting list of about 20 students, and I max out at 20 students. And so again, one of the things I want to point out is all the jobs and opportunities that have been pointed out this morning as far as the horse industry is concerned. we have the people that can go there. I don't know that we can get them all educated with the resources that we have now. So that's something else to consider. Again, I mentioned the management of horses, talked about our Equine Master Management Program. Trails, this is an issue and an opportunity to me. It's an issue because if you talk to the trail riding people, there's not enough public trails to ride on. It's an opportunity because we do have some large landowners, farmers, that talk about converting trails into private trails where they can actually have another source of income providing these trails to people to ride on and set up facilities. Liability insurance, that's an issue because of the fact that it costs a lot of money to have a boarding stable or to set up a situation where you have riding lessons, or even what I just mentioned before, when you have people riding on trails, as far as paying the high costs, the high premiums on liability insurance. Marketing, it's an issue because one of the things that I have to do as a faculty coordinator for our horse center is we have to generate about 80 to 90% of our income in order to maintain those horses for teaching and research purposes. We have some well-bred, we happen to have mostly quarter horses, partly because of what was mentioned already. That's the largest number that, as far as breeds are concerned, in the state, and partly because that was there when I got there and we just continued to work with them. But we have some well-bred quarter horses that in other states, say in Texas or Oklahoma, when we go to sell them as 2-year-olds in training after they go through our behavior and training class, when we sell them here in the state of Georgia, they probably bring about a third to half of what they would bring if they were in the state of Texas or Oklahoma. Just because of again, there's, in my opinion, and what I've seen in the states that I have been in that have pari-mutuel, the fact that you have horse racing also brings in a little better clientele that understands the true value of these horses and what you can get out of them. And of course, you can come back and say, well, they bring what they're worth when you sell them, but it's always helped in marketing. As was mentioned before, we have a lot of people in the state of Georgia that don't refuse to sell their horses in the state of Georgia. They just take them elsewhere because of what they can get. We ourselves have hauled horses to Kentucky and Virginia because we know we can get more money for them there, and consequently we're taking some income out of the state. Diversity is an issue because of all the things that we mentioned. Because there is so many different disciplines and breeds of horses, it's hard to get the focal point like you have, say, with the Cattlemen's Association in the state of Georgia, where they have one concern or one issue usually, whereas in the diversity that we have with the different disciplines and breeds, everybody's off doing their own thing in their own discipline and breed. So that is a problem, and I think pari-mutuel could possibly help bring some togetherness together as far as doing things. It was mentioned about racing all different breeds of horses. I also mentioned that we need to be racing mules too. In the state of California, they race mules. And again, coming back to this point of is the horse an agricultural commodity or is it a pet? And part of how I go at it is we have a lot of horse producers that have problems getting any kind of farm assistance. One of the reasons we started the Master Equine Management Program in the Extension Service was we were able to convince the NRCS, National Resource Conservation Services, that these horse producers need just as much help as cattle producers, cow producers, and working together as far as conservation of the land, as far as pond construction, water quality, and all these things. So again, I'm trying to make the point that we need to look at the horse industry as an agricultural industry. The humane laws was brought out before, and we need to take a proactive stance in that. federal and state funding for disease control. Dr. Lauder talked to you about our vet school at the university. Again, one of the things that we need to really look at are disease situations that can pass from horses to humans. Tax issues. Some of these counties, it's my understanding that some of these counties actually tax horses as personal property, and that's another thing, that each county is a little bit different. I get calls from people moving in from out of state, and they want to know what a certain county's law is. Well, I have to end up calling the county agent, who then talks to his county commission and everything else, and we try to get those things straightened out. And probably most importantly, at least from my standpoint and concern, is one of my main areas is in nutrition. We're always doing research and trying to really look at the horse as an athlete, but the horse is still what we call a herbivore, meaning that he requires a minimum amount of forage or pasture and hay in his diet to maintain that horse. And that leads into the fact that, as already been mentioned, is that this is a great opportunity with the horse industry as far as our hay growers are concerned in the state of Georgia. And we have a very active research program as far as our crop and soil science department is concerned in trying to utilize and grow the best forages possible, as probably you all are aware of. And if you look on the farm gate value, hay is ranked 13th overall in 2008, fourth out of the row crop situation. And if the horse industry, if pari-mutuel came into the state of Georgia and it moved along like I think it might move along, I think the hay situation, the forage crop situation, might move up pretty close and probably challenge peanuts and cotton possibly. So again, the whole thing that this is an agricultural industry and is good for everybody. I'm not going to say much about facilities, horse show facilities, because I noticed that we have some other speakers that are going to talk some, and I apologize to the horse park. I didn't have them listed up there. I blame this on a student for a student putting this slide together. That's what we always back up on in faculty. But we have numerous facilities throughout the state, and we have, I think somebody going to talk about the Georgia National Fairgrounds and Agri Center. That is one of the premier facilities in the United States. And I say that because I know a lot of judges that judge at that facility, and they always love to come judge at that particular facility or even show at that facility. And again, I think if pari-mutuel were to come into Georgia, I think our facilities could be the best in the Southeast. I won't go into this either. It's kind of just something that the American Horse Council put together many years ago, and probably these figures are not correct or accurate anymore, but the multiplier effect of a horse show. And this has kind of been discussed again already, as far as the fact that just because these horses come into a facility or come into the state doesn't mean that all we're talking about is feeding those horses and boarding those horses. We're talking about fuel costs, truck and trailer costs, motel costs, meal costs to the people that are staying there, and so forth. So in conclusion, the horse industry in the state of Georgia is growing, even though we're in tough economic times, and these horse people are really watching their dollar. In fact, I think one of the advantages of us being in tough economic times is that we get more and more questions about how to economically manage these horses and still keep them healthy. Opportunities exist as an agricultural industry, and again, to throw out the buzzword, keep a green industry and keep some of this land. And yet it's still also an urban industry. Georgia has the climate for year-round training and forage production. If we talk about getting some of these breeding farms in here, and some of these breeding farms do this already, with the proper forage management, pasture management, we can keep our costs down pretty low as far as maintaining these horses. Horse owners are taxpayers, and I put how much do they pay, and this is kind of just a pitch again where we really need to do an impact study. We know we only estimate the number of horses, we're only estimating the number of horse owners in the state, and what kind of taxes do these horse owners actually contribute to the state of Georgia? Not just about taxes as far as horses concerned, but as far as landowners, as far as income and so forth. And consequently, coming back to the thing that was brought up already about the University of Georgia raising fees for students, is where we can use some of this money to educate these students that we work with on a daily basis, and hopefully we will have jobs for them when they get out into the industry, especially if parimutuel comes about. All the different positions that were mentioned earlier by different speakers. So my conclusion is that we do need an economic impact study done in the state of Georgia. And I put this up here. Last thing is, all I'm trying to say is that we need to get everything in the right perspective. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Hauser. I've got several questions. You were talking about the census problem. My first reaction when you said that was, gee, maybe we ought to get the 2010 census to find out. And then I thought, no, we don't want to do that. That's the last group you want to have do it. But can't we as a state get a census taken with the agents that are in the counties now, and if they understand that this is not a census to be taken to raise revenues for that particular county? Because some people won't tell you if they think so.
We tried that in conjunction with the Farm Bureau and the Georgia Farm Bureau Equine Commodity Committee. We tried that in the late 80s, early 90s, and just got a terrible response, partly because when these agents would go with the survey forms, one of the things that I mentioned earlier is different counties tax horses, and so and then these people also thought that we were going to use this information for some other reason other than taxes and so forth. So we were real unsuccessful. We put it in the market bulletin and had the county agents trying to get accurate numbers, and it was just real difficult to do.
Are we manufacturing horse trailers in Georgia?
No.
None?
No. Most of them come out of the Midwest. Oklahoma is probably the number one, and somebody else could probably answer that better than me, but there are no horse trailer manufacturers in the state of Georgia except maybe a few small, what I kind of call mom and pop shops where they might do some custom work. But as far as a large manufacturer, no.
And you said there were 1,250 licensed stables in Georgia.
That's the last number I have, which is last year. And again, I know there's over 1,200.
Are they licensed by the county?
The State Department of Agriculture.
State Department.
Through the Equine Division.
How many counties do you think are taxing horses?
I have no clue. No clue.
We can probably ask the county association to find out for us, couldn't we? As you are aware, because you mentioned, I believe, Aiken, South Carolina, Dogwood Stables used to be here in Georgia.
Right.
And Cott Campbell, bless his heart, finally gave up, threw his hands up and said, they're not going to have, and what I think is interesting is, I think his reasoning was that we weren't going to have parimutuel betting or race horses here, so he moved his stable to Aiken, and he has been extremely successful up there. Bless his heart, he's done a magnificent job. He's had a Preakness winner and done very well in a lot of the graded races. It would be nice if we could set an atmosphere for the people of Georgia where those who do want to raise horses and race horses would be willing to stay. And I know that in Florida, the folks down there that are raising horses are not necessarily happy because, as you know, Florida does not have a income tax, but they sure do have property taxes. And if you look at South Georgia, the climate's just about the same. And I don't know what's going on down in Leesburg now, but at one point they had quite a few horses that were being stabled down there. And of course, we're going to hear from Hawkinsville in a little while, and I'd like to see more of that in Georgia.
I think more and more we're also seeing some of these people moving out of Florida, especially the southern part of Florida. My hobby happens to be horses, and I show rein cow horses. And I know of some trainers that have come up out of middle and south Florida because the cost of hurricane insurance is driving them out too, and bought property and can get property much cheaper in South Georgia.
Mm-hmm. And they're happy to see them in South Georgia.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Questions?
Thank you. By the way, Extension Service does an outstanding job in all the areas you work in, so we appreciate their work. You have some good agents. 250,000 horses in Georgia. Why would you say there's 500,000 in Florida? Twice as many horses. What would be a good guess? Not a guess, but an educated opinion.
An educated opinion is partly because of parimutuel, and the other thing is that there have been a lot of just like we were talking about farms now moving out of Central and South Florida. A lot of trainers that I know in the particular part of the industry that I have a hobby in have come from Midwestern states, say like Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, because of the climate. And there's some big time trainers that move from out of those states to get into a better climate to get down to Florida, where they can train year round and not have to worry about climate as well as cost.
And part of it's because of the atmosphere or the laws as far as parimutuel betting also.
Oh yes, most definitely.
So
the market's there.
Would you be telling me then that Florida has 250,000 more horses than we do, primarily because of the same climate we have, but the difference would be they have parimutuel betting and we don't?
That's one of the big reasons, yes. It's the same way as when I lived in California. We had so many more horses there than, say, some of the neighboring states.
I guess where I'm going is...
And the population of people, too. Horses follow population.
Larger population would affect it, no doubt about that. But you also said those 250,000 horses meant $1 billion in farm gate
value. Well, no, economic impact.
Yeah,
farm gate value
economic impact, I'm sorry,
right, yeah.
Get the right term. So that would mean we could be another 250,000 horses would mean another $1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that's what you're saying. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. That's what I try to tell people. It's kind of hard to house train them.
Being here and being there, pretty soon you got real money, don't you?
Dr. Hauser, thank you for coming today. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. The next group, Mr. Michael Tanner, and I'm going to have all three of you up at the same time because your topic is all the same. And Mr. Tanner is the Executive Vice President and CEO of the United States Trotting Association.
Yes.
Thank you for coming.
Hi, thank you.
And Mr. McLilly, you're manager of the Hawkinsville Harness Training Facility. And we have Mr. Jerry McMurkson, who is the city manager of Hawkinsville, who's going to, I know, tell us really the value of having that training facility down there. And if you would, I'll let you go ahead and start, please.
Sure. My name is Mike Tanner. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the U.S. Trotting Association, headquartered in Columbus, Ohio. My organization is national in scope and serves as the breed registry for trotting and pacing racehorses. We also license drivers and trainers, train, license, and accredit racing officials, maintain all the pertinent racing, breeding, and individual penalty records, and work to promote racing, breeding, integrity, and our wonderful standardbred horses. For sake of clarity, standardbred racing differs from thoroughbred racing in that our horses pull behind them two-wheeled carts known as sulkies. It's been an integral part of America for a long time, as I'll get into in my remarks. I'd like to provide some background about the history and the scope of our industry and leave you with some key points to aid you in deliberating the issue before you. The USTA is a not-for-profit membership association comprised of more than 22,000 individuals in the U.S. who work professionally in the racing and breeding industries. Ours is a substantial industry with a long history and one which is evolving to meet present times. Harness horse racing has been part of the American scene since the time this country was founded, really. Newspaper accounts about gaited horses racing against each other or against time can be found dating back to the 19th century. Cities in the South, including Atlanta, had been part of harness racing's Grand Circuit, a series of major races that followed the map and the calendar, kind of like the Pro Golf Tour. Grand Circuit racing was conducted in Atlanta from 1916 through 1928, but many other race meets were conducted there and around the state, starting in 1894 and continuing until today. Walter T. Candler, whose family founded Coca-Cola, was harness racing's most successful owner and breeder in Georgia. And in the mid-1920s, he established Lullwater Farm on property that's now part of Emory University, at which he bred such champions as Duke of Lullwater, a truly great racehorse and stallion of his era. So there is a history for standardbred horse racing in the state of Georgia. Today, harness racing, which is wholly separate from thoroughbred and quarter horse racing, is conducted at 265 tracks in 25 states, including Georgia. 18 states are home to parimutuel tracks at which betting is permitted and regulated by state law. About 9,000 newly born horses will be registered in the U.S. this year, and more than 30,000 will start in races. More than $450 million will be paid in purses or prize money in 2009, and we estimate that more than $75 million will be spent for young horses at U.S. auctions this year. It's estimated that about $13 billion will be bet on horse races. I think that's the number that Alex Waldrop used earlier this morning. About $2 billion of that will be bet on harness racing. It can also be estimated that those who own horses and farms will spend more than $2 billion this year to acquire horses, pay professional trainers and drivers, pay for veterinary care, pay into stakes purses, acquire, build, or maintain farm property and structures, and pay other racing or breeding-related expenses. It is big business. Legalizing parimutuel wagering is not just about gambling. The activities you know as racing and wagering are just the tip of the iceberg. You heard the term multiplier effect used a little bit earlier this afternoon. That might have been coined for the horse racing industry because the expenditures necessary to participate are considerable, and those expenditures pass through many, many hands. Racing and breeding are both extremely job-intensive industries. Breeders operate specialized farming operations that produce a high-yield product. Other farmers grow feed. Farriers shoe thousands of horses, usually on a monthly basis. Veterinarians tend to racing and breeding stock on a weekly or monthly basis. Transport companies are called to move horses from farm to track, farm to farm, or other point to point, and underwriters ensure the value of racing and breeding livestock. Of course, racetracks and breeding farms need to hire those with a wide range of skills. They need professional managers, such as legal, financial, public relations, and human resources experts, some who are skilled, some semi-skilled, such as electricians, security personnel, heavy equipment operators, and carpenters, and those whose jobs are task-oriented, such as betting clerks, food servers, cleaning crews, and the like. The legalization of parimutuel racing would clearly provide the impetus for investment in racehorses, but it will also grow the thousands of jobs needed to race or breed, or at the least, pour increased revenues into equine and farm-related businesses already in the state of Georgia. The U.S. Trotting Association has always lent material support to efforts to ensure the safety and welfare of horses. We have long supported research into equine health issues, often with direct research grants, and we support the American Horse Council's Unwanted Horse Coalition, which tries to ensure that horses no longer wanted find suitable homes. The collective effort of our members to care for racing and breeding stock is exemplary, nearly without exception. We do not indiscriminately breed horses and discard those who are not suited for racing or subsequent mating. Those who must be retired are excellent candidates for retraining and adoption. Standardbreds are highly prized for use on the trail, in jumping, and other such like competitive use, and even in law enforcement. Matter of fact, there should be a story coming up on CBS Evening News about the Newark, New Jersey Police Department, which apparently have found Standardbreds to be ideal as mounted police horses, and they've got a number of Standardbreds that have been retrained and used in that capacity. I earlier mentioned in passing the word integrity, and it's a word, however, that the USTA and harness racing industry takes very seriously. Our efforts to ensure integrity are many. We have cataloged and placed online our complete files concerning fines and suspensions, which serve as a key investigative tool for regulators. We have funded the Standardbred Investigative Services, which, as its name implies, conducts public and undercover investigations. We train and accredit racing officials. We support and participate in the work of the Racing Medication and Testing Consortium. That's an industry-wide group seeking better methods of detecting illegal medications and formulating universal rules. We also fund the Integrity Hotline, which gathers confidential intelligence from those in the industry, and we work with the Association of Racing Commissioners International in promulgating racing rules among the various state racing commissions as they are passed by our board of directors. And we recently implemented stringent rules regarding the excessive use of the whip in racing and training horses. In short, I think racing, be it thoroughbred, quarter horse, or standardbred, is possibly the most regulated and watched professional sport that there is. It's something that we take very, very seriously, and something that I think we can all be proud of. I think the efforts there are exemplary. I'd like to conclude with leaving you some key points to remember. Racing and breeding means jobs. Our industry, perhaps like few others, employs people who offer diverse skill sets, from professionals to those with very limited skills, the kind of people who may not be employable elsewhere. It's an opportunity to put many of those in the latter category on the job and on the tax-paying rolls. Racing and breeding means green spaces as well. Farms and racetracks are given over to non-polluting businesses that provide open spaces devoted to recreation and farm-related enterprises. Racing and breeding are decentralized activities. I think this is kind of important. While racetracks may be located in major metropolitan areas where the fans are, breeding and agricultural activities will take place elsewhere in the state. In Ohio, for example, where I live now, we have 4 harness racetracks spread among our major cities, one each just outside of Cleveland, Cincinnati, Columbus, and Toledo. But people who own, breed, or provide service to the industry reside in each and every one of our 88 counties. More than 450 stalls are available at the Hawkinsville Winter Training Center. My colleagues can talk more about that. But that does mean that a seed has already been planted for what could blossom into the ready racehorse supply that you would need to open a racetrack in Georgia. Also, we note that while there are only 5 members of the USTA residing in Georgia at present, there are more than 1,400 who reside in the states bordering Georgia, already strongly suggesting that there are enough horses already in the region to conduct a race meet. I would mention also about harness racing in particular that while thoroughbred racing is considered the sport of kings, harness racing is known as the sport of the people. It's affordable to get into and get involved in. It's hands-on. Obviously, you look at someone like me, and if I wanted to be a jockey, it's not going to happen. However, I very easily could be trained to climb into a sulky and learn how to train my own racehorse. I would note also that my 4th grade teacher wife has determined that that's exactly what she wants to do. And we conduct a driving school in Columbus every May, and so we own a standardbred now, and Gail says that she's going to learn to drive this thing. So, and you know what? She'll be able to do it too. The average starts for a standardbred horse average 17.6 starts a year as compared to other breeds that perhaps are a bit more fragile. This is a game in which horses stay sound, and they continue to race, and they continue to provide enjoyment and opportunity for those affiliated with them. And as I mentioned, it's a very highly regulated industry in which integrity is the key word. In conclusion, I think you have the opportunity through the introduction of parimutuel horse racing to encourage the growth of jobs and investment in a new industry and in many, many existing equine-related and agricultural industries. You also have the opportunity, given the large population found in the metropolitan areas of Georgia, to become one of the leading parimutuel jurisdictions in our sport. It is an untapped market here, and there is not as much competition as you will find in other racing jurisdictions, perhaps the Northeast, for example, where casinos are springing up right and left. You also have the opportunity, given the blank canvas upon you wish to paint, to allow those with vision to establish one or more facilities given not only to horse racing, but to multi-purpose equine-related disciplines that Georgians surely will enjoy, whichever breed they choose. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I've enjoyed speaking to you. I welcome your questions.
I got it working now. Mr. Tanner, thank you for coming. The first thing I want to ask you to do is, because Chairman McCall couldn't write fast enough, would you make sure that we get a copy of your comments, because they are loaded with facts and reasoning. And reasoning's what this is all about, because it's all about jobs and what those jobs will bring in relation to the revenues to the state. We're not talking about the state taxing the industry any more than they tax any other business. What we're talking about is creating those jobs, and when people work, they ended up paying taxes when they go out and buy food or whatever it is. I mean, we have right now in Georgia, in fact, we had it before the nation had it. We have over 10% of our citizens unemployed. I think if we really know what that real figure is, it's probably closer to 15 to 17%. The point is that they are spending less. Our revenues in the month of October were down 17.8% over last year this time. That's unbelievable. And what makes it so unbelievable, we've already cut over $3 billion out of our budget in our last budget. We're going to have to go find another billion plus when we go back in January.
I think the emphasis that you place there is absolutely correct. It seems as if many people see only the racetrack itself as representing the industry. I kind of look at it like a pyramid. That might be the very top piece of that pyramid, but it expands so broadly down towards its base that it really is an agricultural industry. I think that's how it needs to be viewed, that affects tens of thousands of people for every one racetrack that there might be.
Yes. I had several I know what I wanted to ask you. You said you could become a driver. Is there a weight limit on the driving?
Well,
and I don't mean that in reference to you.
Let's put it that way.
But I mean, is there when they're racing? Do they have a
no?
weight
There's
limit?
not a. Most drivers are between 140 and 160 pounds. Those that compete, and some are lighter. Those that compete actively in parimutuel races. I am aware that there are some jurisdictions that have specific weight requirements. However, I can tell you from having run a racetrack in Philadelphia that some of the assistant trainers who will warm up the horses are considerably larger than myself, leading me to question what was fair for the horse and what was not. But however, it is fortunately a sport that, as I said, of the people, not just the little people, stature-wise.
I understand. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do I have any questions from the members?
I did, but your comments were in the folder, so
Were they?
I read back through on some stuff I couldn't keep up with.
I'm sorry, I talk awfully quick. I was raised in New Jersey. I noticed that there's so many people that have connections to the University of Georgia. I went to the University of North Carolina. I guess we ran out of gas on I-85. But my brother came down here, graduated, and is still living in Athens. So I don't know if that'll curry any favor, but I'll proffer that.
I think it will with most of the members of the Georgia General Assembly, because most of them went to school there.
Very good.
A few of them are from the North Avenue area, and they do bleed yellow, but not many of them.
My daughter wants to go to North Carolina, though.
I liked it there, but at any rate.
But thank you, and I'm sure we're not through with you yet. Mr. McGlilly, you are the harness training facility manager, is that correct?
Yeah.
In Hawkinsville,
Yeah,
Georgia.
in Hawkinsville.
Yes, would you bring us up to date and tell us?
Well, I came down here 10 years ago in the winter, fetched some horses of my own to train for a couple of years, and then I ended up leasing the facility from the city of Hawkinsville, and this is my 8th year to do it. I have a breeding farm in Ontario, and we race horses. So I started in '73 full time in the horse business there, and I guess probably I've bred in excess of 7,000 mares in 35 years up there. But my son runs the farm at home now in the winter, and I go home in the summer and kind of help him. And I come down here in the winter. I'm supposed to be slowing down, but I don't know if that's going to happen. But anyhow, that's what I do down here. I run the facility out there, and me and my grandson have 13 horses that we train. We're training out there right now for the winter. So my whole family's into standardbreds. So, but I'm a farmer at heart and horseman secondary, I guess.
But you couldn't stand those cold winters up there.
No, to tell you the truth, the reason I came to Hawkinsville was because I was getting pneumonia in the wintertime. Driving a lot of horses, and by noon every day I would get stuffed up in the chest, and I had pneumonia several times, and I haven't had pneumonia since I come to Hawkinsville.
Welcome south, brother.
Yeah. So that's how come I became interested down here. Anyhow, so I wrote this out because I'm not very good at speeches, but anyhow, here's what I'm going to. I got it. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Gent. I'm here to have been asked to speak to you on parimutuel wagering, racing in the state of Georgia. I've been breeding, raising, and training standardbred horses for approximately 40 years. To me and my family, the standardbred horse racing business is a way of life. In most cases, standardbred racing and breeding is a rural family-operated business. Like any other farming operation, sometimes we have our ups and downs and need to tighten our belts, but quite often the benefits are greater. Generally speaking, most people involved in the breeding, training, and racing of horses are honest, hard-working, and of good moral character. At this time, I want to talk to you on the benefits of parimutuel wagering and horse racing in the state of Georgia. The rural impact of parimutuel racing of standardbreds, for those not familiar with the standardbred horse, this horse carries the driver on the seat of a two-wheel cart in the races. Aside from the benefits of government from the takeout of parimutuel wagering, I would like to point out the rural benefits. The training and racing of a standardbred is very labor intensive. Probably for every 3 horses trained, you will create 1 job. These jobs are directly involved with the training and racing. This does not include the farms, feed, supplies, harness, farriers, veterinarians, trucks and trailers to transport the horses, and the list goes on and on. To have enough racehorses to operate 1 major track, you will probably require 1,000 horses that are ready to race. If a major track was to start racing in the state of Georgia, most horses in the early stages of the program would have to come from other states and possibly Canada until we have enough supply here. If you brought in 1,000 horses from other states and so on, chances are the trainers will bring younger horses along to train to get ready to race, especially when they're coming south. I estimate you're looking at 3,000 horses, 1,000 for racing and 2,000 young ones. This is for a major track and amounts roughly to the creation of 1,000 jobs, not to mention all employed personnel at the track and so on. For every racehorse that is trained in Georgia, I estimate that a minimum of $1,000 per horse per month will stay in this area, in the immediate area. Now, I haven't got this on here, but the reason I say that because I train horses myself, and we charge, right now I got 13 out there, we charge $40 a day to train a horse. And I figure if we keep 200 of that in our pocket, we're doing pretty well. So that's just a farmer's way of thinking. So anyhow, you multiply that by the $1,000 times 3,000 horses, this is $3 million per month, directly injected into our economy. Some say the money circulates 8 times, so you're probably looking at roughly $24 million per month to stimulate the economy. In a 6-month race meet from November to May each year, you're looking at around $140 million. If this were to happen, there would be training centers have to be built, such as we have in Hawkinsville. Here we can accommodate 460 horses, so there would need to be at least 6 more centers of this size. This would create numerous jobs in the building and construction of these tracks and so on In a state as large as Georgia, I am sure there's enough population to support at least 3 major tracks, so this would triple my estimate. Should a sire stakes program be initiated in the future, this would open the door for more horse farms to spring up to raise Georgia breds. I believe the time is right to forge ahead. I realize this is a big step, but if done properly, it would be a huge benefit to the government of the state and the people of Georgia. If people have jobs and are kept busy and are happy as a family, the crime rate will be reduced substantially. In closing, as the manager of the Hawkinsville Horse Training Facility, based on this information submitted, I hope you can make a decision for pari-mutuel wagering. And I guess that's about it.
Thank you. I don't believe we have your notes, and if you can see that we get a copy of them, we'd appreciate it greatly, because we'd like to have a copy of your remarks.
All right.
Thank you.
Very good.
Do you have any questions?
Very good remarks. Thank you.
Yes. I do have a question. My understanding is that when you're running trotters, the surface of the track has to be different than when you're running quarter horses or thoroughbreds.
Yes. Yes.
Is it a harder track?
It's a firmer surface, yes.
Firmer surface.
Yeah.
And how do they handle it when they're having both races? And I know they're not the same day.
No,
but at a single facility.
Well, usually, at least at Woodbine, which is in Toronto, Ontario, which is where I'm from, they have a thoroughbred track on the outside. In the infield, they have a thoroughbred track out on the outside, and then inside of that, they have the standardbred track, and they keep 2 tracks. And they quite often they'll race thoroughbreds in the afternoon, standardbreds at night.
So they do run on the same day.
Yeah, lots of times I'll be up there warming up a horse, and there'll be still thoroughbreds racing, and we go across the thoroughbred track.
Do they also have a turf track?
Yeah, and they have a turf. They've got 3 tracks. They've got a turf track there too. So it's a different type of business altogether. It's still racing horses, but it's just. I personally I'm prejudiced to the standardbred racing because it's so family oriented. Like I can drive a standardbred, and my family, everybody is, and we take them, we warm them up. I have a grandson that drives professionally, but we hire drivers too. But it's all hands on, and we like that. Mm-hmm. But that isn't for everybody.
I think I'm going to save my next question for the city manager. Mr. McGlue, I'm sorry, Mr. Murkison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I don't have any prepared document for you today. I'm going to speak to you from my heart.
That's fine.
The community of Hawkinsville, not recently, many years ago, had an impact study done, and I cannot produce that document from our community, but reliable sources tell me that the Kellogg Foundation came to Hawkinsville and did a financial impact study on the harness training facility there in our community, and they estimated several years ago that it was a $5 million impact on our community annually. So that was significant enough for the city of Hawkinsville to continue in the training facility business. And when I came on board as city manager, the city was hiring part-time employees to manage it, and we found Mr. Lilly to come and lease the facility and run it from a horseman's perspective. So he's doing a very good job, and we've increased our numbers of horses annually out there. So the impact on our community is significant. Let me give you a little bit of a story of our community. Our Pulaski County, Hawkinsville, Georgia. We have one of the premier equine veterinary hospitals in the state, Equine Associates. You can ask some of these UGA guys about the bakers out there already in our community. We also, a part of our facility includes a 250 by 400 foot arena. And we lease that part of the facility to Middle Georgia Junior Rodeo Association. These are kids 14 and under that come up there and rodeo. once a month in our community. So we have a significant quarter horse population there once a month. They come from all over Middle Georgia. We also in our community have a Department of Corrections facility, women's facility, and it has the only equine recovery unit in the state of Georgia. So they just recently started that about a year ago. They take in those horses that are confiscated by the Department of Agriculture and rehabilitate them, not only the horse but the inmate, and then they have an auction and sell those animals and put them back into the market.
Do you know how many horses a year they run through there?
Well, they just had their first sale just a
Okay.
couple of months ago, and there was 21 horses, I think, that they had rehabilitated.
So they just started this program.
They did. They just started.
Thank you.
We also have a thoroughbred breeder in Pulaski County. Mr. Jesse Lott raises thoroughbred horses and races. Of course, he doesn't race in Georgia. He sends them somewhere else, and they race somewhere else. And he sells horses because he's a breeder. Our old harness festival started around the turn of the 19th century. We were having harness races in Hawkinsville back, I think, as far as I can tell, in the 1890s. And it's continued on until then. I came to Hawkinsville several years ago with a private company, and retired from that company and went to work for the city. Got interested in the facility and the business, and I currently hold a United States Trotting Association driver's license, so you don't have to be a little guy to drive a horse. But I enjoy the industry. As Mr. Lilly said, it's family oriented. I take my grandkids out there, and they help me with the horse I have out there. That's a retired racehorse, and they just enjoy being around it. It's a family industry. It has a significant impact on our community, and I believe it would have a significant impact on this state. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's over and over and over, not more.
You're on.
More so with harness racing. I keep hearing everything is family, and you know your old images of horse racing and bookmaking and all have gone out the window nowadays, and evidently it's the same with the harness racing people, which is, you know, adds to the allure of getting legal parimutuel betting in this part of the state or country.
You need to punch it.
He moved again.
So you know which one.
You got it.
How much is the, obviously we've been talking a lot about just the horses in general, but and the auxiliary equipment, but I would imagine harnesses and the carts are big business also. Is there any of those folks that are located in the Hawkinsville area, that Pulaski County area at this point in time?
Not at this point in time, sir. Mr. Burns, we do have a tack dealer that comes down every winter that sells those things to the horse trainers there.
And is that barn full now? Did you say that at 300 and how many stalls?
No, we're not yet at this time.
Not full yet.
We have about 450 stalls. A portion of them go with the arena, with the rodeo. Mac and Ann have done an outstanding job with recruiting and marketing, and we had 350 horses, standard bred horses there last year. And they'll come in, they'll keep coming in the rest of this month and next month, and they'll stay in through April of next year. And by the way, you all are invited to our harness festival in April, the third weekend in April. Come down and you can see the only place in Georgia you can see live harness racing.
One last question. Is it safe to say, I kind of gathered this, I don't know if you said it directly or not, but because of the successes y'all have enjoyed with the standard breds, you're able to enjoy have these other facilities that the kids with the rodeo and And the quarter horses it can utilize in other times during the year?
Right. The city owns that facility also, and it's part of the training facility there in Hawkinsville.
But you have a base to finance that because of your standard breds?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Help me figure out, just from my own knowledge, how many hands is a standard bred? Normal.
15 and a half, 16.
Yeah, or 15 to, yeah, 15, yeah,
Okay. I just didn't know.
around 1,000 pounds.
When you have this period when they're bringing the horses in, are those folks staying in the South, or are you just maintaining and exercising those horses every day, and what's happening?
Now, the trainers of the horses, we have, along with the number of horses, we have the trainers that come from the northern part of the country, and they stay in our community during that time. That's the significant impact.
So they're living there with you?
That's correct, they are. And we have several of them that own property in Pulaski County and pay property taxes that come with the standardbred racing industry. They came to our community, purchased property. That property is theirs all year round. They may go back north and race where they have to at the tracks, but and I don't know. There's the stable sizes are so varied. We have one trainer that can come and bring 20, and we have one trainer that can come and bring 2. So you have a diverse number of horses per trainer. So I would say around 100 trainers.
Last year I know when we had some activities like Thanksgiving or something, there would be somewhere between 100 and 150 people that come to them, and there's 350 or so. I said 1 out of 3, but I think I was kind of low because there's quite a few come that, but of a large stable, probably three horses to one person would be more.
In your April event, how many races do you run?
10, 12. 10? Yeah. Well, the year before that we had 16. So it's all the number of, it has to do with the number of horses that are ready to qualify and that want to participate.
Understandable. Yeah. And of course, no one stands on the rail with their friend and bets with each other on a horse.
Sir.
Naturally not.
No, sir. What we do, though, is we hand out a group of tickets when they buy their admission. And after each race, we draw a ticket for $100.
Oh, that's.
And at the end of the races, we draw a ticket for $1,000.
That's fantastic. I'm sure that you would love to have parimutuel gaming in Georgia so that you could get even if nothing else changed, you could get your special permit for that day to have parimutuel betting.
We sure would.
Well, we're going to work toward that end. Yes.
How would it affect y'all's facility if we could legally bet on horse racing? What impact would it have on the number of horses on y'all there in Hawkinsville?
I would imagine the city would have to purchase additional property and build additional barns and housing.
Mr. Tanner, is there anything you wanted to add to?
No, not at all. I think the Hawkinsville Training Center certainly is a great place. Looking forward to coming down here in April for the Harness Racing Festival, and I think it provides a great example of a foundation, a stepping stone, if you will, towards bringing parimutuel harness racing to the state of Georgia. Very enthused by what I've heard so far today, and I appreciate you inviting me down.
We're happy to have you, and thank you for coming all the way from Ohio.
My pleasure.
I think it was Black Lick. Is that close to French Lick?
No, actually, it's just outside of Columbus, 20 minutes from downtown.
Oh, okay. Over there near Troy.
Near New Albany and Gahanna, actually.
Oh, just where it is.
All right.
I have one other question, gentlemen. What's the length of the track?
1 mile.
1 mile.
With a half-mile track inside that, that's an all-weather track.
So, what's the surface on the 1 mile track?
Clay, red Georgia clay.
That's hard.
No, sir, it's soft.
Is it really?
He conditions it every day.
That's fantastic. Well, where are you having them exercise then? On the
red clay track.
On the red clay track.
You've heard of the Red Mile in Lexington?
Sure.
If you look at it and compare it to Hawkinsville, Hawkinsville is the real Red Mile.
Gentlemen.
That's it right there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, thank you much for coming today.
Thanks a lot.
Appreciate your comments. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We know that because you're sitting on such soft seats out there, that only the mind can handle what the rear will allow. We have with us, as we crank up again, Miss Jennifer Baxley, who is the director of the Georgia International Horse Park, and with her is Tony Lucas, Conyers City Manager, and they are going to tell us a little bit about themselves and then bring us up to date on what's out there. And I might say what you have, and most people don't seem to be aware of it, is a world-class facility out there. And I had an opportunity to go out there about a month ago and could not believe it. The roadways in itself looks like you're set up for a racetrack. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Tony Lucas, the city manager in Conyers. I've got 30-plus years in local government service there in Conyers and Rockdale County. My current assignment is the city manager's role. I strangely have a law enforcement background, which kind of is a segue here. City of Conyers was chosen prior to the 1996 Olympic Games to host the equestrian events, mountain biking, and the last two events of the modern pentathlon. So I was heavily involved in security efforts for all of the games, but I was also in charge of all the security interest, public safety interest, and that sort of thing during the games in '96. We opened the horse park in 1995, and one of the gentlemen that I met in here today, that's a thoroughbred breeder from Cartersville, he said his mother and relatives had competed. Actually, our first event was a Southeastern charity event in 1995, and we have been hosting events since then, including the Olympic Games. As I know it today, we're the only event location that's still conducting business as it was designed for the Olympic Games, and we have been successful since the Olympic Games. A small number. We knew at the city that we wanted to continue to operate at this equestrian facility, so we went through a great deal of negotiation with the organizing committee, I should say fight with the organizing committee, talking about dollars and that sort of thing, and rather than, as most Olympic facilities are of that nature, temporary facilities, we spent a great deal of money to make them permanent facilities and operated since that time. The total investment over and beyond what the organizing committee put in Conyers, Rockdale County was $24 million, in excess of $24 million. 3 years after the games, we're debt-free, and we've been in the black ever since. We have over 200 events a year. We're booked every weekend. We have a variety of things, and Jennifer's going to speak to that in a moment. But, Mr. Chairman, you came out and visited with us. We've got a short presentation. It's about 7.5 minutes long, but it'll give you a good flavor for what the Georgia International Horse Park is.
We would love to see it.
The Georgia International Horse Park in Conyers, Georgia is a world-class, multi-use facility that in 1996 welcomed more than 600,000 visitors during the Summer Olympics for equestrian contests, the first ever mountain bike competition, and the final two events of the modern pentathlon. The dynamic Georgia International Horse Park offers the same world-class facilities and professional staff to help your next event be a success of Olympic proportions. In addition to equestrian and mountain biking events, the Georgia International Horse Park has grown to include concerts, fairs, festivals, road races, car shows, banquets, corporate outings, and much more. Dubbed a facility groomed for greatness, we invite you to see for yourself how the Georgia International Horse Park is the perfect venue for your next event. Located in the city of Conyers, only 28 miles east of Atlanta along Interstate 20, the Georgia International Horse Park is convenient and easily accessible from major interstate highways and Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. The park's sprawling 1,400 acres can accommodate events of all shapes and sizes. Event planners, golfers, mountain bike enthusiasts, and festival attendees will all tell you the Georgia International Horse Park is a lot more than an equestrian complex. The Grand Prix Stadium and Plaza is our premier venue for events. With permanent seating for 8,000, the Grand Prix Stadium can accommodate thousands more with floor seating or by utilizing a festival-style format. Parking for 6,500 vehicles, broadcast quality lighting, sound system, restrooms, water, and concession areas all contribute to the Grand Prix being a popular location for concerts, fairs, festivals, and other large-scale ticketed events. And our newest addition, the Exhibition Center, a 30,000 square foot event space. Art shows, trade shows, and competitions of all varieties will find the Exhibition Center accommodates most any event. The facility also doubles as a barn with 130 10 by 10 foot removable stalls. The carriage room, with space for up to 350 guests, is a refined venue for black tie and casual events alike. Parties of up to 50 guests, such as small business meetings and rehearsal dinners, will enjoy recently updated decor in the Legacy Room. The Picnic Pavilion is a spacious, partially enclosed 6,400 square foot site with an adjacent field for outdoor entertainment, great for company picnics. Ceiling fans and a tranquil ambiance of the park surroundings ensure a comfortable event space. The steeplechase is grassed with native Bermuda and outlined with traditional hub rail fencing, perfect for driving competitions and polo matches. Bald Rock Meadows served as the endurance course during the Olympic Games. Today, this serene natural setting still features the equestrian jumps that were part of Olympic history and is available for events such as carriage driving competitions. Need wide open spaces? The Glen borders the Yellow River, and its scenic 12.4 acres of grassy fields offer glimpses of the park's abundant wildlife. The Glen is perfect for reunions and corporate outings. The stable complex at the Georgia International Horse Park is one of the finest facilities in the nation. Once home to Olympic champions, the stables house 560 permanent stalls and 130 temporary stalls, complete with rubber mats that are accessible and comfortable during any season. The Charles C. Walker Arena is a covered venue with bleacher seating for 2,500 spectators, with additional box seating that can be used for sponsors and VIPs. The arena hosts everything from car shows to American Kennel Club contests to equestrian events. 10 auxiliary arenas of various sizes are available for smaller shows and events, including clinics, fairs, demonstrations, and 4-H competitions. The Georgia International Horse Park mountain biking trails offer over 1,000 feet of elevation change. The varied terrain, over 8 miles, is truly an exhilarating ride. Open pasture land and streams complement the more than 15 miles of horse riding trails open to the public and available for organized group trail rides. Scenic views of the historic Olympic endurance course wind through the natural landscape of the park. If relaxing in familiar surroundings while away from home sounds appealing, the Horse Park's RV Park is just for you. More than 50 full-service sites are available and can be reserved in advance. The Big Haynes Creek Nature Center is a 173-acre nature preserve devoted to the study of native plants and wildlife. Navigate your canoe through the wetlands from the canoe launch and enjoy the views from the observation platform, or enjoy a hike on the walking trails to experience these natural surroundings. Our on-site food and beverage provider caters for groups of 10 to 10,000, with menus ranging from sandwiches and hot dogs to lobsters and filet mignon. A concessions facility at the Walker Arena includes state-of-the-art equipment, free Wi-Fi, and outdoor seating, so you don't miss a minute of the action. The Horse Park's on-site hotel's luxurious suites feature spacious, convenient lodging with additional meeting facilities. Conyers boasts more than 1,200 hotel rooms located in close proximity to the Horse Park to accommodate your event participants. Designed by Arnold Palmer, the Cherokee Run Golf Course is a beautiful 7,000-yard par 72 course. Scenic greens border wetlands, and granite outcroppings line this mountain-like course that is open daily year-round. Guests will enjoy the clubhouse with a full-stock pro shop and full-service restaurant. Rates range from the entire complex to just part of the complex, with affordable packages that can also include food service. If you dream it, we can do it. Our professional and friendly staff will work with you to customize a package perfect for your event. To speak to someone about scheduling an event at the Georgia International Horse Park, call 888-860-4224 or visit us online at georgiahorsepark.com for more information. To learn more about the City of Conyers, contact the Conyers Welcome Center 5 days a week from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 1-800-CONYERS or visit us online at...
I didn't mean to turn that off, but it started to buzz, so I saved our ears. Thank you. That was very nice. And actually, in person, it's even more dynamic. It really is. I was just amazed. It's one of our big secrets. And somehow Conyers and the state of Georgia and our economic development people need to spread the word. But as you say, you are debt-free, and I guess you're making money for the city.
Yes, we have. We've been in the black every year since the games, and pointing out, just repeating this, it's over 1,400 acres. The equine center that you physically saw in that short film only encompasses a little over 300 acres. We have a large tract of undeveloped land. Infrastructure's there, water, sewer, gas, even fiber optics is throughout that park. We're 3 miles off Interstate 20, 6-lane highway, state road going to it with a 4-lane boulevard that you described going into the facility. We've been talking horse racing for 15 years.
Well, as you can imagine, once the word got out that we were talking about this, not only was the horse park mentioned, but you can't imagine how many pieces of property are around the metro area. And if you really want to look at them, you can do that from the satellite and zoom in on them and see who's got property and who hasn't. And it's hard to find, but that is adequate, because you're going to need about 200 acres, I guess, minimum. Although Alex mentioned, I think last night to us, that Churchill Downs is on the smallest footprint of any racetrack in the United States. But that's because the Churchill family owned that, and that used to be rural Louisville. And so, you know, the world grew up around it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, my name is Jennifer Bexley, and I'm the director of the Georgia International Horse Park. I started with the city in 2001 and went to the horse park as director in 2003. But I grew up riding and showing Arabian horses, and so I'm quite a horse lover. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today and the invitation. This has been the most interesting day, hearing all these speakers. We did provide you, we've got some of our marketing material here for you all. Well, actually there's a bag that's got some more information in there. You can look at it later. But, and then of course you got a good overview of the park from our marketing video. We are a 1,400-acre facility, which includes our equine core, a golf course, a hotel, and most recently our nature center. Officially, we opened, as Tony mentioned, in September of 1995, and we had 2 shows. We were very excited this year because we had 2 shows that started with us in the fall of 1995. It was Southeastern Charity and a Bob Bell Classic Hunter Jumper Show. So we celebrated 15 years with them this fall. We were tickled with that. Each year since the park opened, it has grown, and now we are a multi-purpose facility, but the equine business is always going to be our bread and butter. On the equine side, our main facility is our Grand Prix Stadium that you saw, and it was used during the Olympics. It's an 8,000-seat, permanent seat stadium. We also have a covered arena, 8 outer arenas, and 2 additional dressage arenas. We have a total of 690 stalls. 130 of those are temporary stalls. And we were very fortunate a couple of years ago in 2007, we did have an expansion and got an additional 230 stalls. Of those, 100 are permanent, and the other 130 are removable, and when we take them out of our exhibition center, it's a wide open 30,000 square foot area that we can host a variety of other types of events. We have 15 miles of horse trails, and so we always encourage people to come and enjoy the park on the horse trails. And we have recently eliminated we were charging a $5 fee honor system, but in light of the economy and some other issues, we have decided just to allow people now to come out and enjoy the trails for free. Being an outdoor facility, we did have a season, which our season was typically March through November, because sometimes the winter months can be a little bit iffy. But this year it seems that we've now booked 2 horse shows in December, and we're booking 2010 into February, so our off-season is shrinking, which makes it a little difficult because we use that off-season to prepare for our upcoming season, but no complaints there, believe me. Annually, we host around 200 events. 60 of those events are equestrian events. Because of our layout and the large number of arenas that we often have multiple shows going on any given weekend. It's not unusual for us to have 3 or 4 horse shows going on one weekend. And we host a variety of different disciplines. We've heard a lot of different things, but we have a lot of hunter jumper shows, we have rodeos, and we have a lot of breed shows as well. We were very fortunate in our community that years ago our leaders had the foresight to recognize the economic impact that the horse park would have on the community. And in fact, this is something that's happening nationwide. The statewide leaders are noticing this, and locally leaders are noticing this, and there are a lot of equine facilities that are going up across the country. We belong to an organization, it's called the League of Agricultural and Equine Centers, and it's a group of facility managers like myself that get together for an annual conference and talk about different issues. But it is amazing the growth of that organization over the last few years because so many new equestrian facilities are going up. We've looked at economic impact in a variety of ways in our community. Back in 2001, we actually commissioned a study with Georgia Tech. Sorry, Georgia fans here, but with Georgia Tech to determine the economic impact that the horse park had on Rockdale County. And at that time, and that was again in 2001, the economic impact was estimated to be about $57 million. In addition to that, as you all probably know, annually the Georgia Department of Economic Development commissions a study through the Travel Industry Association to determine the travel expenditures in Georgia, so tourism dollars in Georgia, and it's broken down by county. And for us, the latest numbers that we have on that for Rockdale County are preliminary 2008 numbers, but those numbers show for us $110 million in economic impact. Now, we recognize that the horse park is not the only reason for tourism dollars being spent in our county, but we think we are the large portion of it. And so obviously with $110 million, that's pretty substantial. But even more so, what I find is so amazing is Rockdale County is the second smallest county in the state, but yet we traditionally rank 25th, right around 25th, for the total tourism dollars that are spent in the state. And that, to me, is pretty significant when you look at counties like Fulton County and things that have high tourism. And then further, more locally for us, we have a formula that we use to determine the economic impact per event on the equestrian side. And basically, we just finished a 2-week hunter jumper show that had a large number of horses, and so for about an 800 horse show that's there for 2 weeks, we estimate the economic impact for that to be about $3.3 million. So there's a lot of different formulas out there. There's a lot of different opinions about economic impact, but no matter how you look at it, it's pretty substantial for us in our community, the impact that we have because of the horse park. So that's our presentation. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions, John?
Impressive.
Mr. Chairman.
I got a comment. First, thank y'all for what you do for the equine industry in Georgia. I was lucky enough to be one of those that got to go to the Olympics at the horse park. I wasn't real sure what I was looking at sometimes, but y'all were smart enough to go on and further develop it. And we've been talking about parimutuel betting and horse racing, but along with that comes what y'all do. I had the opportunity to go to the Cavalia show last Saturday. It's a 2,000-seat tent that's sold out all the way through to whenever they leave to go on to Miami. And that's the kind of stuff that, along with all we've been talking about today, is just that much more money coming to the state that like what y'all do, or Cavalia, or anything like that, what Randy and them do down at Perry. So we don't need to leave anything out, is what I'm saying.
I knew if I waited long enough, you'd have something.
I just want to refresh my memory. You did say on your additional acreage, the infrastructure was there. If something happens and another opportunity arises on this facility.
Yes, sir. That was another opportunity we took prior to the games to make sure that all that infrastructure was in place. And if I might add, our mayors, I'm only on my second mayor in the past 30 years, but they and the council have been extremely protective about what's done with this property. We've had, as many others have had, offerings of a variety of sorts, from crooks to legitimate people that wanted to do everything you could possibly imagine. But my point is, they've been very protective about this property to do what would be the right thing for the city of Conyers, Rockdale County, and the state of Georgia in the future. So yes, sir, all that infrastructure is in place, up to including fiber optics throughout that entire 1,400 acres.
Mr. Lucas, is there adequate acreage if someone, and it
Yes,
made sense?
Absolutely. Matter of fact, as you recall, coming in on the right, what was the steeplechase competition area, and also the main staging for the mountain biking area, there's about 100 acres that's groomed right there on the side of that 4-lane parkway that is ready to be developed right now. I mean, it's clear-cut, flat, and grassed.
I suspect that what it will take is probably 200 acres for what we want to do in one place.
Yes, sir. I'm talking about just that.
Oh, I understand.
100 acres,
Yeah.
but it's got about 750 acres of developable property. You know, we do have wetlands we have to deal with it within that 1,400. The 200 we protected in the nature center, but developable property, 750 acres.
Well, what we have to do first is get the people of Georgia to say yes to this proposal. And once they say yes, then we need to find somebody with deep pockets who is willing to build a Class 1 racetrack.
Well, I can tell you the city of Conyers says yes, Mr. Chairman, and we'll help you find those people.
Mr. Chairman, is there anything, though, in your statute or in your ordinance that prevents you from selling that property to a private entity, or?
No, sir. We've already been down that road with some very high-priced lawyers.
Okay.
But you could always lease for 100 years or something.
That's correct. Matter of fact, the other two facilities that we do have, the hotel as well as the golf course, is leased facilities. We built and own them. And we have a long-term 50-year lease option to renew for another 50.
You actually built the hotel?
No, sir. We did not build it.
You had it built?
We had it built, and then through the lease agreement, it's leased back. We did build the golf course. That's some $9 million to build that golf course.
And you're free and clear?
Yes, sir.
That's fantastic. It's nice to know that there's a well-managed city of Conyers is down there.
Thank you.
I'm impressed. I don't know about anybody else. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate having you here and what you had to say. Thank you. It is. I do believe Mr. Gibby is up. Mr. Gibby, it's good to see you again.
And you as well.
Thank you. Mr. Gibby is the chairman of the Agricultural Equine Commission.
Commodity
Commission. And as those of us that don't want to say all that because that's a mouthful, we always call it the Equine Commission or whatever. Would you tell us about yourself and about the commission and anything else that you may have?
Sure. I'm a native Georgian, a product of the equine community in Georgia. My father was a horse trainer. My brother is now continuing to be a horse trainer, and I just spoke to him, as a matter of fact, on the phone a few minutes ago. He's in Oklahoma City judging the AQHA World Show. So my family is very deep in the equine industry of Georgia, but privileged to serve on the Agricultural Commodity Commission for Equine here in Georgia. We are a product of legislation, and we want to thank you guys for that and take this opportunity to do that because without legislation passed, we would not be in existence. The Equine Commodity Commission has a mission statement. We're an Agricultural Commodity Commission for Equine, a nonprofit organization dedicated to the equine industry of Georgia. The ACCE will work to ensure through promotion, education, and research the equine industry of Georgia will be effective and meaningful. The equine industry of Georgia will be represented to government and private agencies utilizing the management of commission resources. Through legislation, we had a tag produced, which is our sole source of income right now. So there is an equine tag. I don't have a picture of it. I should probably have thrown one up there, but we went through great lengths to develop an equine tag. We had a contest for artwork to be submitted.
I'll get one for you.
Okay, very good. To be submitted, and thought we selected a very generic horse to be on our tag, not to be biased against any breed, which we found was a little difficult to do, but it was a process that we all enjoyed, and it was actually a lot of fun to go through that and to select that for our tag. So, and we are quite proud of the tag and are now seeing tags out there on the highway. So glad to be there and glad to be part of this. I'd like to begin by just saying this. I have one of my most favorite quotes. It's an anonymous quote, but it says, "Looking back at man's struggle for freedom, trace his present-day strength to its source, and you'll find that his pathway to glory is strewn with the bones of horses." Horses are a part of our heritage and part of our history. And it's a privilege to be a part of that. Just looking at Georgia Equine, there's a lot of numbers out, and I agree with Dr. Huesner that we definitely need an impact study, so we quit kind of guessing at numbers out there. Our best guess is 280,000 head of horses. Dr. Huesner said 250, but I'm like him. I challenge anybody to challenge that number and tell me that I'm wrong. We base this number just looking at different breeds, breed organizations. There was one figure thrown out of 52,000 registered quarter horses. My number might be a little outdated of 44,000. We do know there's 17,000 registered Arabians, and when we are talking about racehorses as well, there's a large contingency of racing Arabian horses out there in the world right now. So that's another part besides Dr. Hughesner's mule racing, too, that goes on. We enjoy that. Again, you take that number of 280,000 and you figure an average horse owner owns 4 head of horses, and in the state of Georgia we got somewhere around 88,000 horse owners, which in turn are 88,000 voters. So I think we can garner some support for what we're trying to do here today, and I think those numbers, again, are conservative numbers. I bring this up, and I don't want...
Excuse me, before you go on, do
Sure.
you have a list of the names of those folks?
I wish I did.
I was going to say, if you do, and we've got them listed on a computer, we know how to reach them.
I got you. I'll bring this next slide up, and I don't want to step on anybody's glory, but the Georgia Federation of Horse Shows, as we look at completely Georgia events as far as equine goes, the Georgia Federation of Horse Shows has been going on for better than 30 years. Thank you. That's the equine tag. Absolutely. Could be. There you go. Actually, the lady that submitted that photo, just for everybody's information, was not a horse person. And she got to looking at pictures of horses, but she was an artist. And that was a, what kind of drawing? Charcoal drawing that she submitted for that horse. So I think she did a great job of genericizing and beautifying an equine. She did a good job. But to go on, the Federation Horse Show that's held in Perry for the past 30-plus years is held on Labor Day weekend. It's 100% participation through Georgia horse owners. John, you might correct me if I'm wrong in the back there, but I think I'm right in saying that since it's Federation, there are no out-of-state horses that come into this event. These are Georgia horses that go here. There are some of us in this room, me included, along with several others on the Commodity Commission, that actually showed at the very first Federation Horse Show, that number of years ago. It was held in Americus, Georgia. I think there was probably 100, 150 horses at that time that showed up. And the next slide I'd like to bring up, I hope is quite impressive in that this is an aerial view of the Federation Horse Show held this year. And in this particular shot, and I've got two views, this view, of course, right there at the clock tower in Perry, and there's the Reeves Arena to the clock tower's right. And Mr. Floyd might help me out here too, but they put up temporary facilities for camper hookups all along down that row. Because now, if you look at the next aerial view, to your bottom right is the regular camping area and the number of horse trailers that are in rows there, along with the road now going back up to the left, straight down to the clock tower, all lined with trucks and horse trailers. And there were over 1,200 horses at this horse show over Labor Day weekend housed there. If you'd like to do some figures, I didn't do them for you, but when you look at a horse trailer that's camping there, most of them are going to hold between 2 and 6 horses. They're going to hook up. Some of them are going to have slide-out facilities for people to stay in. Some of them are going to be a little more primitive, but I wouldn't fail to mention that the truck and horse trailer combination, just standalone, would be at minimum of 40,000 and at best 120,000. So if you just count trucks and horse trailers that we can see in these two views, there are millions and millions of dollars of Georgia-owned product at this event. And I'm sure we'll get to hear some impact studies and some numbers on that later on by the gentleman from Perry. But this event is huge, and the reason I like to bring it up is primarily because it is 100% Georgia. that's represented there. So when we look at the equine population, we've heard a lot of numbers out there. I garnered these from the American Horse Council, as many of the others did. 84,000 or so in racing, over 2 million showing, 3 million recreational horses, and 1.7 million in other activities. These numbers, what I'd like to point out, we talked a lot about racing, but the recreational segment that Dr. Huesner actually touched on, when you look at nationwide, over 3 million horses used recreationally, that's a huge portion of the equine community out there. These are people that don't care anything about racing or showing or doing any of that, but they love their horses, and they like to go to the state park and camp for a weekend and just ride their horse. And they have a huge impact on our community out there, and we try to support them as best we can in the state as well. And I know they have some issues out there too with trying to maintain riding trails and create new riding trails through state parks. But the numbers of horses that are out there are pretty big. When you look at all different aspects of them, over 4 million Americans are involved, including almost 2 million horse owners, over 700,000 employees, 2 million volunteers. When you look at the industry nationwide, this is something that wasn't brought up earlier as far as direct numbers from the American Horse Council. They talked about direct jobs earlier on, but when you look at 146,000 direct jobs and almost 400,000 total jobs generated by racing, right at 100,000 direct and almost 400 total jobs generated by showing, 128,000 direct jobs and over 400,000 total jobs generated in the recreational segment, and almost 80,000 direct jobs and over 200 total jobs in other activities. When we talk about total, that's taking the breeding farms and those type activities when you're talking about other. It was said earlier that 28% of horse owners earn over $100,000. 34% of horse owners earn less than $50,000. Some people may look at that lower figure as being bad. What I look at that as is people enjoy horses. And it doesn't matter what your income level, you can enjoy a horse depending on what your what your sacrifice is as far as what your entertainment value dollar goes to. $1.9 billion in taxes on an annual basis to all levels of government. And when you look at the economic impact even farther, the one thing that I find that's real interesting, and I won't read this whole slide, it's kind of small, but when you look at that 1.4 million full-time equivalent jobs, 460 of those jobs created by direct spending within the industry, which means direct jobs, and of course 9.2 million horses at last census, 3.9 involved in recreation, 2.7 million participating in horse shows and racing and that kind of thing. But when you look at these dollar impacts, what none of these impact studies add into them are the dollar figures that are generated by people that attend these things. The hotels, the food, and everything where the people that go to the Kentucky Derby, the Devon Horse Show, the Hamiltonian, the Preakness, the Belmont Stakes, none of those dollar figures are included in the equine industry, although they impact our industry. And I feel that that's important. I was asked specifically to put this slide in because we thought it was very interesting that the American Horse Council did this. When you look at these particular states, and these are the northeastern states, and when you look at these northeastern states, these states are impacted heavily by racing. Heavily by racing. And they indicate that there's 964,000 horses that reside in these northeast states. This number represents nearly 10.5 of the total equine population living on 6.2% of the land mass, and that includes water. And when you apply this percentage to national figures, this means the Northeast generating $10.7 billion of revenue, creating 147,000 full-time jobs and $197.4 million in tax revenue. And those are very small states, and that's what I'd like to, what's not in there is that how large racing impacts that because of the racetracks up there in that area. There are others that impacted, like the hunter jumper market's pretty huge up there, as long as with the quarter horses, but this is primary racing numbers. When you look at total impact and value, the $101 billion was mentioned earlier. I'd just like to point out that $26 billion of that from racing, $28 billion from showing, $32 billion from recreation, and $14 billion from other activities. So I want to make sure that we represent all aspects of the equine industry. Direct impact, again, 10-7 with showing 10-7 racing, 10-8 showing, $11 billion in recreation, and $5 in other activities. Gentlemen, right now, there are no or very few dollars in the state of Georgia coming from thoroughbred racing. And there are no jobs generated in Georgia by thoroughbred racing. There are very few thoroughbred breeding facilities in Georgia. Now is the time to bring thoroughbred racing to Georgia.
Amen. Mr. Gibby, and I have attended your meetings and enjoy them, and your group meets every month, don't you?
Yes.
Good. We appreciate the fact that you're more than anxious to help move this forward as the Equine Commission, Commodities Commission. I don't know who thought that name up for that, but it's this long.
Well, now you do have to understand there's a commodity commission for peanuts and a commodity commission for pecans, so we just kind of fall in there.
Peanuts and pecans are fine, but horses are going to run right past them, right?
You rock.
Thank you very much for coming, and we appreciate hearing from you, and we know we'll hear more from you, and God bless you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. We do have some handouts for you guys that you'll get as you leave.
Thank you. Mr. Moore. Just fine, thank you. Mr. Moore, is that Mr. Floyd with you?
Yes, sir, it is.
He's the equine director?
Well, his title's not really equine director. He's the livestock and youth director.
Livestock and youth
director. Which encompasses the equine program at the Ag Center.
Well, so everybody knows who you are. This is Mr. Moore, who is the executive director and the chief operating officer of Georgia's National Fairground and Agri Center in Perry, Georgia.
Yes, sir.
The one that we just saw.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Excellent. If you would, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting us here today. I will say this: we were, coming to talk about we can talk about the effect of the equine industry on our program and what it means to us at the Ag Center. Jim, how many events do we currently have? 36 a year annually?
Excuse me, can you move your mic over
Sure.
between you so that we can hear both of you clearly? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Both of us working at full speed makes one good man.
We have presently 36 during the year, and then we probably have another 4 to 5 during the fair. We do a total of about 80 livestock events in the livestock division. If you've ever been there, we're sort of split up. From the clock tower west is what we refer to as our commercial, and from the clock tower where the real people live down east.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if everybody, have you ever been to the fairgrounds in Perry? Good. And
Sir, I have. Generally, though, when I've gone down, I've gone into an event in a building rather than driving around the facility.
Okay.
So,
and I know the Chairman of Agriculture has been down there numerous times and to many of the youth events as well. But So I guess most folks in here are familiar with how the Ag Center was created in 1984 by when its enabling legislation was created, and we primarily have, with our authority, the mission that was charged to the Ag Center was the provision of a facility for the agricultural community to present, exhibit, and promote its products and livestock to agribusiness persons and the public in an effort to boost the state's economy. And then the exhibition and promotion of agricultural accomplishments by the youth of this state. Also the provision and facilities and programs for public events, exhibits, other activities such as, but not limited to, fairs, non-agricultural exhibits, concerts, rodeos, auctions, anything that would boost the state's economy and attract the traveling public. And then we're also charged with producing once a year a statewide fair that will accomplish several of those purposes. I do have some charts that show you where our revenue sources are and where we've come. I've got a linear chart and some old-fashioned pie charts that I prefer, but let me give you some of the. Yeah. They can have all those. Currently, we're the Ag Center and its programs, the commercial program and the livestock programs are generating about 82% of our, and relative to 100% of our own money. We think that we're on a track for improvement with the expansions that are currently underway. We've just completed a new conditioned arena, and we have we'll be breaking ground in a couple of weeks on a new 480 stall permanent stall horse barn which will certainly help rent that building. But we are an event center, whether it's commercially, agriculturally, or for equine or whatever. We have dog shows, horse shows, gun and knife shows, a little bit of everything. And but we've gotten to the point where we're operating a lot more efficiently than we have in the past. And you can see on the pie chart that currently around $997,000 per year annually is what we are doing, generating revenues in through equestrian events there. Now that equates to 12.7% of our overall budget, and you can see our annual state appropriations have been recently, and of course they continue to go down, is 1.491 1.4 or $1.5 million, which is 18%. And if you'll look at the subsequent pie chart with this implementation of this expansion that we're undergoing now, we believe that we're going to be able to drive that further down to where the state is only giving us support in the amount of $860,000 over a 5-year period. I mean, in 5 years from now, and that the equestrian events will more than double. When we got down there, when I arrived 12 years ago at the Ag Center, there was no more calendar space for horse events there. We were full, with our facilities were full. You know, we had people that wanted to come, but we didn't have space on the calendar, and we didn't have room to put them in. So we started, when Dale Redeker was the livestock director, we started talking about expanding the equine program, which helps subsidize some of the youth agricultural events that we don't charge anything for, and but is part of our mission and primarily why we were built. And so all these things, you know, we feel if we continue to grow our events like we have been, we're currently courting several cutting horse shows that how many, Jim, are they wanting to do this year or this next year?
6
cutting horse shows, and we're also pursuing some very large barrel race shows that are currently in out of state, and we feel that we have a great opportunity to bring those home to Georgia. So that's going to help us close the gap. And as we can move forward, and if and when the economy, and I believe it will improve over time, our commercial events are going to come up. So we feel we have a great opportunity in closing that gap within the next few years. But unless y'all have any questions, Jim, you have anything you want to talk about your horse business?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've heard you mention a few minutes ago when the Conyers group were talking that there seems to be very few dollars available to promote equine in this state. That's something that we fight as we go after shows that are in other states. They do help them, and it's awfully hard for us to jerk large shows when the first thing that you hear is they give us blank amount of money. What will the state of Georgia do for us? And the answer is right now nothing. And I've had this conversation, I know, with Dr. Huesner more times than he would like to hear, and Ann Jones also, but I do think we need to get in with the economic impact people and wherever it is, tourism, trade, and find what we can do, because we're turning down as much business as we're probably bringing in. And I hear you go over impact figures. I'm not a fan of impact figures. It's sort of like, how much is your house worth? Well, it's worth probably $10 million to you, but it's not worth that to me. And so you can use any kind of multiplier you want to make whatever impact figure you want. And where I'm going with this is I have talked to Gary Huesner, Ann, and John Clements and others in this room. We do need an impact study that means something. Because right now, we're just all shooting hot air to each other because we don't really know. And we need to know. If we've got a $1 billion industry or a $2 billion industry in Georgia, we need to know what it is. And right now we don't. And even if you'll go to the American Horse survey, they're using some kind of multiplier, sort of like cruising timber. And I would urge y'all to help. The Equine Commission would probably be the most logical group to carry that forward. I've had more interest in the last few weeks in equine shows coming into Georgia than I've had in a long time. I don't know what's going on. We do have a facility in Perry, especially, and one of the number one things that we have is safety. I don't know how many of you have been out to certain areas, Mississippi, where all you hear is horror stories of break-ins and theft, and we don't have that, and that's something we are selling. But we're up against, once again, how much money can you give us? And it's awfully hard, even though Conyers is near Atlanta or Perry near Macon, it's awfully hard to come up with cash money. I'm one of the ones that thinks that any kind of event, equine-wise, helps everybody in Georgia. The more enthusiasm you get in Conyers, the more enthusiasm you get in Perry. But we do need to come up with ways to help. When that's said, though, my number one priority, unless you gentlemen in the Senate and the governor change it, is the youth of this state. And they're my number one priority and my number one pride. And,
Mr. Floyd, when you say dollars to encourage them to come, how much money are you talking about?
It depends on if you're talking to me or you're talking to the person you're trying to get. It'll range anywhere from $10,000 to $75,000.
It's a good piece of change.
It is.
What we typically, the whole budget in the Perry CVB, who helps us, is around $100,000. For advertising and for those things to attract new shows, and that'll barely get you out of the parking lot. When they talk about Jackson, Mississippi, or whoever giving them, $100,000, $150,000 for less than one show. But that's
Well,
what.
let me ask you in relation to a comment you made earlier about the fact that you've had to turn some shows away, and you're not giving them anything, so they're still coming.
Right.
Most of the shows.
What is the benefit of us giving somebody $10,000 to come when you're already full?
Well, we won't be full now because we just built the new facility. What we have to do is share our horse arena with dogs or other events. So before we couldn't take them all.
Who's making that decision? Do you want to share them?
Well, I don't, but I don't get to make that decision, and it becomes also an economic decision. I'd rather have horses and cattle and hogs and the youth.
Understandable.
And but actually, you make that decision.
Now, there's the chairman of the Ag Committee right there. Don't point it at me. I'm not on the Ag Committee.
This is something that I found on my desk before I came up here, and I'd like to share it with you. This was a youth rodeo show that came into Perry 2 weeks ago, and they brought 460 young people here. 94 of those were from Georgia, and the rest were from Alabama, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Florida.
Which group was it?
It's the Southeastern Rodeo High School Showdown. It's their regional where they get ready to go out for the big show.
Got any questions?
So 300 of that was free money for us. We didn't have to
That's right.
You got it.
That's right.
John?
Who's the competition in the state that competes with this facility? Is there one?
Well, Conyers sort of has their niche, and we sort of have our niche. So it would be the small arenas, but basically when you start talking of shows of 150 or better, in our niche, we're probably it. And Conyers niche, they're it. Other than that, there's not a whole lot other than some local venues.
We try to compete for more out-of-state, as much a higher percentage of out-of-state travelers, because that's new dollars to the state as we get. We're sitting on top of Florida, who has a tremendous equine population, and we're sitting on that I-75 corridor right at our front door. So it's a great advantage to us, and a lot of our participants in the equine program are from the state of Florida, and so that's we feel that's true agritourism and equine tourism, getting those folks in.
How many rooms are in Perry?
Motel rooms?
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure I can get that information.
No, I was just curious. I mean, because you're talking about a lot of people.
That's correct, and it's a lot of our folks and a lot of our patrons are staying in Warner Robins, quite frankly.
In Warner Robins?
Yes, sir.
How far up the road is that?
15 miles.
15,
Yeah.
straight up the interstate.
I'm sure those folks up there like having you there.
Oh, yeah, they do. Yeah.
Well, they're good to us.
County folks are good, is what I say.
Well, you have a nice facility down there. You really do. And you should be proud of it. And I'm sure the legislature is proud of the fact that you've done such a good job with it.
A lot of folks had a hand in it.
The chairman has a question.
Well, it's kind of the hand too. Chicopee or the winery or nothing like that is really a competition to you. Okay, it's not just not big enough, or
it's almost like apples and oranges.
okay.
The winery and Chicopee both have covered arenas. They're set for things less than 300 people.
All right.
It's a Perry. You're inside, you have heat and air. It's a 12-month facility, and the others at best are 9-month facilities.
Yeah, we got 2 conditioned space arenas now.
Gentlemen, thank you for coming today, and we appreciate it. Mr. Gadrick, if you would come forward, please. And before Ed addresses this, I want to point out that, and I failed to do this when we started this morning, and so 2/3 of the people that were here then will miss it, but this gentleman sitting in the corner over here is Mr. Jeff Lanier. He is the general counsel and is the one who has been involved in drafting this legislation that we are planning on, I'm planning on introducing this year. Also on the staff, you've seen this young man running around. That's Mr. Brian Walker sitting down there at the end. And the Chairman McCall's secretary, who popped in and out, you saw her at lunch, is Mrs. Pat Harris. They're the ones that did all the work. We just came and sat in these chairs and enjoyed your testimony. I'm pleased to have Mr. Ed Gadricks, who is the Georgia Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association president. And Ed, I've got the wrong title for you. You are the chairman of the equine law section of the State Bar of Georgia.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I was going to speak in 3 sides of my mouth as a lawyer. I'd like to, first of all, and I'm sure I can speak for everybody in this room, would like to thank this committee for doing something I think is historical, quite frankly. I think it's a journey starts with the first step, but I've heard nothing but good comments from the people I've talked to throughout the day about the quality of speakers up until now, but more importantly that you representatives would be profiles in courage, if you might be, to take on this issue, which I think all of us have expressed today is so important. But going back to what I said earlier, I would like to speak in 3 capacities because I am chairman of the equine law section of the State Bar. In that regard, I want to make clear I'm not speaking on behalf of the State Bar. They have their own people who speak. But I am speaking on behalf of the Georgia Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association. And I am president of my own racing stable, which is Bullet Breeze Racing Stable, and I'm certainly...
Of Roswell, Georgia.
That's of Roswell, Georgia.
Yes. Keep that in mind.
And Alec Waldrop with the NTRA said, you ought to say something about a owner's perspective during this committee meeting, because we haven't heard too much of the owner's perspective, and I'll touch on that a little bit. But first of all, as far as the equine law portion of it, I had occasion to get involved with horse racing a number of years ago, and I would go to the University of Kentucky's National Equine Law Conference, which they've been conducting for some 25 years, and would meet equine lawyers from all over the United States and got to know them and started understanding the issues. And it occurred to me that I would come back to the state of Georgia. And I met with the people at the State Bar and said, we need an equine law section of the State Bar. We got a real estate section, taxation section, governmental affairs section. And they said, what is equine law? Well, it told me that we've got a problem that needs to be addressed. And I'm serious about that fact because there are a number of people who are racing in Georgia. I'm not sure this committee is familiar with Mr. J. Mack Robinson, who is a financial person here in the state of Georgia, and races outside of Georgia. And I'm finding most of the people who race on a big scale are finding they have to go outside of the state for the equine lawyers, for the equine accountants, these major services. And that shouldn't be. And I think as we talk about this, the parimutuel betting today, and the possibility of getting that would change. That's not to say that we don't have the quality of lawyers or the quality of accountants that can't transition to that. But, Mr. Chairman, I think I heard you say that when drafting your legislation, I don't want to embarrass any counsel who said that because I don't know if they're present or not. We were dealing with the term breakage.
Yes.
Breakage in horse racing. And then the counsel said, well, what is breakage? That's the type thing. We're dealing with a different vernacular here that we have to develop that kind of expertise, and it certainly can come.
Mr. Gager, if you would, for the rest of them, please explain to them what breakage is so that they don't go away shaking their heads saying, I have no idea what breakage is.
Well, it's basically the rounding off of the amounts that the track keeps in percentage-wise. When you see tote boards and you see betting going on and you see how much you get, there is a portion that never comes out to the same dollar amount. And they round that off, and then usually the track gets that breakage, which is a small
Which is 10 cents.
Yeah, it's a small amount, but when you're dealing with millions of dollars, it starts to add up. And I think your legislation, as I understand it, deals with breakage.
It does.
At any rate, I came back and did start the equine law section. We have some 30 to 35 members, and if any of you are interested in an equine lawyer, you can go on the State Bar's site and look at our section, and you can find probably somebody in your area, and I would encourage you to use them for your equine law situation. What does an equine lawyer do? I'm going to talk more about what, on a small scale, I do, and on a larger scale, what the equine lawyers in Kentucky do, for instance, where I have more familiarity. They're large law firms that do nothing but equine law in the state of Kentucky. And they're dealing with things like syndications, which is just a fancy term for partnerships. When you're dealing with the value of horses in Kentucky, you're dealing with major money. I was at a sale at Calder Race Course in Miami where the largest thoroughbred sold, largest in terms of money, for $16 million. And so when you're dealing with that kind of money, you've got accountants and lawyers all over that situation in terms of warranties and everything else available. But syndications, and this is what we do at Bullet Breeze Racing Stable as an owner. We will go in and purchase a horse, middle-class type purchase, and then we will syndicate. We'll bring in partners at a small amount. And when somebody said it's the sport of kings, that's no longer the case because we bring in people who can maybe invest $1,000, $2,000 in the horse, and they get just as much enjoyment out of that horse as an owner who just owns the Kentucky Derby winner. We'll go to maybe a sports restaurant or bar and watch that horse race and so forth, and so they feel a part of that. But that's the type of syndication we would do on a racehorse. On a larger scale, in Kentucky, when the horses are selling for $16 million, usually they are bringing in a number of partners on that. Everything seems to be headed in the larger amounts towards syndications. Stallion seasons, they're horses that stand at stud in Kentucky for $300,000. And so when a horse like Smarty Jones a couple of years ago won the Kentucky Derby, he was syndicated for $37 million, his breeding rights. That was a syndication. That was the type of things the equine lawyers would be working on up there. That horse, maybe his stud fee would be $100,000, $200,000. They would cover maybe 135 mares a year, so you can do the arithmetic. It's a very big business at that level. But once again, everything seems to be headed towards syndications, like foal syndications, brood mares. Many times people would go in together and they will need a contractual agreement to prepare an agreement to breed a horse. We're about to breed 3 of our mares to this horse that sold for $16 million this next breeding season, who's named the Green Monkey, incidentally. I don't know where they came up with that name, but anyway.
And would you tell them why you can do that? Because you're not going to spend that kind of money.
why I'm not going to spend that
No,
money.
why you're not going to spend that kind of money since that horse sold for $16 million. They're not going to capture their money quickly.
Not for
Not
for
with
a long
you.
time of effort.
Right.
In that particular case, the horse raced 6 times under Todd Pletcher, one of the best thoroughbred trainers in the world. And his best show was about 3rd place, and they finally took him off the track. As a consequence, they'll never recover the $16 million. So what they try to do now is maybe price the horse at $5,000 or $10,000 per mare covered to try to get a large number of runners out on the track, hoping that some of them turn out to be good runners. And if so, then the price jacks up in the future. So right now there's a good bargain on the Green Monkey as far as the stud fee. The horse is perfectly conformed in terms of conformation, pedigree, and we have some mares that would make good partners with that horse. You get a bargain for something like that. We would probably take the foal from a horse like that and maybe syndicate the foal for future racing, and we do that. So, and one distinction, you may know this, but in thoroughbred racing, we cannot artificially inseminate. All the other breeds you've heard today do. If we're going to be talking about racing in Georgia, you know, that should be a good thing for Georgia and Georgia farmers, because there are more breeders in the thoroughbred business than the others. If you get one stallion in the standard bred business, then you can send that semen all over the United States. And that's that one breeder. But there are a number of breeders in Florida and Kentucky. If you have a good stallion, they have to bring the mare into the stallion. That's not to say that physically they can't artificially inseminate. It's just if you're going to race the horse, you can't get a jockey certificate unless it's naturally bred. So, and that's a business in and of itself, and a lot of people say, well, why don't you go to artificial insemination? Well, they'll never do that, because that is, most of the breeders are going to protect that, and you should here in Georgia to encourage breeding operations in Georgia. But that's another type thing that equine lawyers do. You obviously are dealing with large insurance amounts with the type horses that we're dealing with. You remember the case of Barbaro a few years ago when he broke down and they tried to save his life, and it took about a year or two. Well, you can be assured that horse was heavily insured for mortality insurance. You can't get medical insurance on a racehorse because it's too dangerous. But the owners of that horse had all the public outcry wanting them to save the horse's life. Well, that's all well and good, but if they could go ahead and put the horse down, which the vets were recommending, then the mortality insurance would kick in and the owner would get paid. Now the owner has nothing but medical bills by virtue of the fact that he's responding to public outcry, and the horse dies anyway, some year and a half, 2 years later. I suspect, now I'm just guessing at this point, but I suspect equine lawyers on both sides, on the insurance company side and on the owner side, negotiated something that allowed for that. If we, respond to public outcry and you'll help with the medical bills, maybe we'll reduce the mortality insurance, but that was all negotiated, and I'm sure with those kind of monies involved, something like that was done. Equine lawyers get involved with licensing issues. You've heard a lot about that today. There are all kinds of administrative hearings that take place, and I would reiterate what some of the speakers have already said, because there's always this notion that racing is going back to the mafia days and so forth, and everybody that gets near that track, as an owner myself, is fingerprinted, to our extent the owners are, criminal checks run on them, and everybody is licensed, and even no syringe is allowed on a racetrack except by a veterinarian. A trainer can't even have it in his car. So every now and then you hear of things that get a lot of publicity in the paper, but I think you've been assured today that that's more publicity than it is things happening in the business. In short, on the legal side, I would just like to say it's really a time, and I think you've heard it today, to not only bring business to Georgia, but to keep business from leaving Georgia. And that's what I'm talking about in legal services, accounting services, advertising services, and all of these other things, as well as the jobs that the grooms take and this sort of thing. They're just a myriad of jobs that can be preserved here in Georgia. Now, for the Georgia Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association, we're part of the national organization in Lexington. About the most active thing that we do, because we don't have racing in Georgia, is conduct a thoroughbred auction. And by that I mean we raise funds by, say, Kentucky stallion owners, Florida stallion owners, donating one season at an auction, a mating season. So breeders from all over the nation will bid on that. Let's say you had a horse that had a $10,000 stud fee, and he's donated one to the Georgia Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association. They will bid on that. Maybe they get it at $5,000, which is a bargain for them. Those proceeds then go to fund a race in Calder Race Course in Miami, which is called the Georgia Series of Races. And the only horses that can enter into that race are horses that are the progeny, the offspring of those stallion owners. So here we are dealing with Kentucky stallions, maybe a California mare, and we're calling it Georgia races. But that's the best we can do right now to have any kind of racing associated with Georgia because of the lack of parimutuel betting. I'm not going to go over all the jobs. You've heard from so many speakers about the jobs that it creates, but it's certainly true that it does create jobs. The other thing that in Georgia I think we could look forward to if we had parimutuel betting, and as you've heard the speakers say, without it you can't have these other ancillary businesses. And those businesses are not only breeding, but I mean, I live in Roswell, Georgia, and I've got 8 racehorses. If one of them has a problem, we outsource that problem. Most of the time they live at the track. Times are times that they need a rest. We'll send them to a farm where they rest. Maybe they get injured. We send them to a layup farm that the owner there knows how to take care of horses. So my point is, all of that could be done here in Georgia. Just as Ocala, Florida has had its growth there, that could have just as easily been South Georgia, with the training facilities, the layup facilities, the auction facilities, which nobody's even touched on today, about the huge auctions that take place in Ocala, Florida, and Lexington, Kentucky. I suspect as a industry develops here in Georgia, you would see more sophisticated auctions for thoroughbreds, standard breds, quarter horses, and so forth. That would probably be a natural adjunct to passing parimutuel legislation. I think Alex Waldrop gave his opinion about taxing the industry to the extent that it can't be competitive, but at some point, if the legislature is dealing with the legislation, there ought to be a list of the taxes that they would realize. Nobody has even mentioned, for instance, the sales tax on claiming horses. 60 to 70% of a thoroughbred race, if you go to the racing card, you'll see are claiming races, and which means if you run your horse in that race, it can be claimed and you lose your horse. And I'll quickly explain why we do that. Let's say you had a horse that came in second in the Kentucky Derby, which he was a great horse, and you had a $5,000 claiming race that was coming up in 2 weeks at the same track. And this owner of the horse that was in the Derby said, well, I could drop my horse down in this claiming race and win a $10,000 or $20,000 purse. Well, yes, you can, but your horse is going to get claimed. Claiming keeps horses racing at a competitive level where they should race. Every one of those horses that gets claimed, there's a sales tax paid on it. So when you talk about the legislation and what it means to the state of Georgia, you need to talk about the sales tax, the licensing fees, and everything else, not just what we can take from the handle, which is the betting there. In short, and I'm happy to answer any questions, I think it's clear that horse racing equals jobs for Georgians, and I would encourage all of you to impart that message to your peers, and hopefully we can get something done in the next year or two.
I think we feel the same way. Gentlemen.
Yeah. One question.
Go ahead, punch it.
Is that average $40 a day about right for a thoroughbred? Like, didn't you say?
No, sir. That's one of the things that we have to look at in the thoroughbred business, is our overhead is much greater than standard breds. And I'm not, I heard that figure, and I'm not familiar with the quarter horse day rate. I suspect it's something like that, perhaps somebody from the quarter horse. But we're looking minimum $80 to $150 a day sometimes. And that's why you have to have those purses. And that's why you have to have pari-mutuel betting to fund those purses.
And the public still forgets, and I'm not sure that everybody heard it this morning, the track, when you're at the track betting, you're not betting against the track, you're betting against the other bettor. The track took their 20% off the top, and in fact, it's always crazy, because I asked this question when I first got interested in all this, and I said, why do they put 112 pounds on one horse and 118 pounds on another horse? Well, it seems that the secretary of the track tries to make it based on the history of the running of the horse. He wants them all to finish at the same second. And that's what it's all about. So they're running the operation, and their 20% is for running the operation. And as you heard this morning, if we go in and as a state tax heavily on that 20, and they said 5% was heavy. If we were to do that, we would create a problem for the track. In fact, if we did that legislatively, what they would turn around and do is say, I'm sorry, we're not going to build in Georgia. So we've got to keep all these things in mind. This is not something that doesn't have a lot of complication to it. It does. But if we pay attention to it, it's not that complicated. And, we've got the experts. We heard them today. We've got people like Ed here that, he's working with it every day with his own stable. And yet he's got 2 mares right now that in January he will move to Florida so that they can birth in Florida, not in Georgia. And you can explain that if you like.
Well, the reason we do that is because these states operate restricted or supplemented races. For instance, Florida. They have the Sunshine Millions, which they compete with California on one day. They'll have Florida horses racing against California horses. You can't even get into that race unless your horse was born in the state of Florida. Each state that races has something similar to that. So I just bred 2 of my mares to Giacomo, who won the 2005 Kentucky Derby. They're in LaGrange, Georgia right now eating fescue. And January 1st, I'll ship them to Florida. They'll foal down there, and I will breed them back within 30 days. We like to keep them barefoot and pregnant, and then bring them back up to LaGrange and let them stay here for a while, and we'll do that. But all of that could be done in Georgia if we had it here.
And when they're here, they're in the pasture anyway, aren't they?
They're in the pasture.
Yeah.
And I'm not, when I say that barefoot and pregnant thing, everybody says, oh, the poor things. Keep in mind, a horse in the wild does the very same thing. They breed right back.
That's interesting. Are there any other questions? Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
In closing, what I'd like to ask of all of you, those of you that are still here were here all day, and God bless you for doing so. Especially on those that must have been old rejected church benches that the state brought up. They are uncomfortable, I know, because we have meetings here, and when we have our caucus up here, we sit out there, and they're miserable. Bless you for doing it. But what you've heard and what you know, because you're involved in the industry, is that now what we have to do, once the legislation, and what we will do, I will drop a resolution calling for a constitutional amendment to allow for parimutuel gaming. We have to do that first. We've got to change the state constitution to provide for it. Once we do that, we've got to make sure that all the House members know and understand and believe that their folks back home want this, because they're going to tell you, oh, you know, I went to church Sunday and Mary asked me about it, and I don't think I can do that. This is the only way we're going to make it happen, is if we all get together, and I can't get out around the state. You can't get out around everywhere in the state, but by golly, you've got your spheres of influence. And we've got to get them to understand that this is good and healthy for Georgia. And after we get the constitutional amendment, and it'll be on the ballot a year from now, year in November, before, to get it on the ballot, what we need is 2/3 votes in the House and Senate. So what you've really got to do first is talk to your House and Senate member and say, we want this. Your constituents want this. This is good for Georgia. Now we will do a report, which they will receive around the 1st of January, on what we found, and we will make our recommendations. They will have that material in their hands. And if we've collected your names and addresses, did we? We'll send you a copy of it so that you have it in hand as well. The bottom line is, it's going to take all of us to do this. This is not easy. This is not the first time it was attempted. We know that it's doable, but it's going to take every one of us to do it. And God bless you for staying as long as you did. And thank you for coming. And please drive safely. Thank you.